available by contacting the council office. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into your microphones so that all can hear. And lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. And I will state that the Anderson rule is in effect for the 3 dozen donuts minimum. And also, I'd like to take this time to introduce Justin Ainsworth from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. He's be a designee for Kurt Melcher. And also the General Counsel. We have a couple of new people here who will be with us this week in the seat for Karina McMakin and Mary Capdeville. So welcome them when they get here. So, and with that, I will turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden, who will for a roll call of the council members. Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council members. I will call the roll of the March 2024 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Kyle Addix. Here. Bill Anderson. Here. Michael Clark.
Here.
Robert Dooley.
Present.
Danny Evanson.
Here.
Mark Gorelnik.
Here.
Pete Hassemer.
Here.
David Hogan. Lieutenant Carrie Jeffries.
Here.
Sharon Kiefer.
Here.
Lynn Mattis.
Here.
Joseph Oatman.
Here.
Chris Oliver.
Here.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Ryan Wolf.
Here.
And Marcy Yaremko.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Merrick. All right. With that, we'll turn to the approval of the agenda. Danny Evanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that the council adopt the March 2024 meeting agenda as described in agenda item A3.
Okay. Thank you.
Second.
Second by Mark Grelnick. All right. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Abstentions? All right. Motion's passed unanimously. We now have an agenda, and with that, I'll turn to Executive Director Burden for the director's report. Merrick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll cover agenda item A4, which is the Executive Director's report. There is a written report in your briefing book. I'll give you a quick overview very quickly. Starting off at the top, Mr. Kurt Melcher has identified Mr. Justin Ainsworth as a council designee for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. You have several informational reports in your briefing book. There are also a couple of supplemental reports I did not make note of in time for the ED report. These include a supplemental report 7 regarding the NOAA National Aquaculture Development Plan and a supplemental report 8 regarding the preliminary preferred alternative for the gear switching item and the trigger concept. Please take a look at those. If you have questions about number 8, Jesse Torpinghouse is on hand here this week and would be happy to discuss that report with you. There are several advisory body alternates for this meeting as outlined in that table in my report. Quick update on the Inflation Reduction Act proposals. So most of you will recall the committee of the whole meeting where we discussed these proposals. Following that meeting, I did submit those to the National Marine Fisheries Service. There were 3 concepts that were submitted for a total of 2.5 million. We should be hearing from NIMS headquarters regarding whether those proposals were viewed favorably sometime this month. I suspect the looming shutdown may have affected some of that timeline. Maybe Mr. Wolf has a bit more information on that. I have not heard at this point, but we should hear soon, and we expect funding sometime this month or next. A few select activities to draw your attention to. So late last year, we had a very productive working session between staff at the NIMS West Coast region and staff at the Pacific Council. As you all know, we work very closely in putting together analytical products to implement council action. There's been a lot of staff turnover and whatnot, a lot of new folks, new faces. So we spent some time together aligning our analytical efforts and approaches. Really want to thank Ms. Keely Kent and Ms. Kelly Ames for taking the lead on putting that together. Last year, you'll note that we had a couple of discussions regarding the council and creating a respectful and professional workplace. You directed us to put together several materials. We've been making some headway on that. You'll note that we have established some ground rules that are available on our website. We've also been talking with other regional councils about continuing the training that we've had that first came through the CCC, and many of our folks participated in this training. We've been talking with others about how to continue that and improve that, for that matter. Quick note, Mr. Kit Dahl and Ms. Krista Svensson attended the WCPFC meeting late last year. We had a staff annual work planning session, as we do every year. The focus of this year's meeting was on all the organizational change that we're going through at the moment. It's a very productive meeting. I was glad that we were able to have that again. Several of us continue to participate in MREP. So myself and a couple council members, a few stakeholders that participate in our process are on the steering committee. We met in January to talk about efforts for the coming year. Also, in regards to the committee of the whole format, there was a direction given to me to put together a report with several recommendations about how we may go about either changing our structure, our organization, or the way that we do business. I'm planning to have that report available to you at the June meeting. Moving on to changes in personnel. Welcome, Hayden. Hayden, could you raise your hand? So Hayden is now one of our IT staff members. He's been with us now for a little over a month, already making some great impacts and working very closely with Chris. He's already proven to be a very good member of our team. We're also working to fill several other vacancies. Recently came to an agreement with a woman named Miss Angela Forrestal. She spent some time at the North Pacific Council, at the New England Council, and is from the West Coast and wanted to move back. And fortunately, we had a job opening. So she will be starting with us April 1 and will attend our April meeting. A quick update on what we're looking for her to do. Right now, we are asking her to plan to shadow Robin for the next year, and most likely being our new salmon staff officer. We also have a few other hires in the works. One is to staff our IRA projects, another to backfill Renee Dorval's pending retirement. After seeing Hayden raise his hand, you probably become aware that we have changed our staff seating arrangement a bit. So instead of having staff sit next to our staff officer, we'll have all three of our support IT staff sitting up at that table. They will be taking care of your motions. They'll continue to hold up the paddles for us as we get going. But that's where that support staff will be. Just in regards to all of that, please make sure as you do submit motions to send them to the email address that's listed on that yellow pamphlet on the table. Everyone working on that side of the table will have access to that email address and can best support you in that way. And then finally, just we'll call your attention to the fact that we still do have COVID out here. We also are in the middle of flu season, cold season. If you do feel ill, please plan to take the meeting from your hotel room if you're able, and so we can minimize the spread of illness in our process here. So that concludes my ED report, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Merrick. Questions for Merrick on his report? Oh, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Not a question, but did want to just echo the thanks to Kelly Ames and to Keely Kent for all of their work organizing and that workshop that we had between the region and council staff. Really thought that was incredibly valuable. And then just to your point, Merrick, on the IRA fund, since you noted in your report, I have confirmed that all councils should have the response on their proposals before the CCC in May for sure. I have noted that it would be incredibly helpful for this council to get some feedback if possible before the April council meeting. So at least pass that message on and hopefully you'll get an answer sometime before that meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Anyone else? Okay. Very good. That concludes the director's report, and we'll move to open comment, public comment. And I believe we have 4 people signed up. We're going to get that up here in a second. All right, we have 4 people, and we'll start off with Teresa Labriola, and which is remote. Teresa, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Pettinger. Thank you. Good morning to members of the council and Chair Pettinger. I'm Teresa Labriola, and this morning I would like to make a few comments on behalf of the Nature Conservancy. As you all may know, Gwe Kirchner has accepted a position with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and she was in charge of developing a series of workshops with the Nature Conservancy to help the council actualize Initiative 4 of the Fishery Ecosystem Plan. And I'm here to just reinforce for you all that the Nature Conservancy is still committed to hosting these workshops, and that I've agreed to try to fill Gwe's shoes and to bring these workshops to life in a meaningful way that helps the council better incorporate climate science into fisheries management. So just a quick update this morning that on the workshops, we are working on finalizing the design of these workshops. And at this meeting, I will be listening to your discussions and the comments of the advisory bodies on Saturday during the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 agenda and the Climate and Communities Initiative review. And we will then work with our steering committee to identify how these workshops can best assist the council. And I expect that in April, I can provide you with a more complete package about the workshops and agenda and exact dates. But we do, the Nature Conservancy does intend to complete the workshops prior to September and consistent with your current schedule on the FEP initiative. So I just want to extend an open invitation to council members and advisory bodies and members of the public to reach out to me to discuss this project. And you'll find me in Fresno tomorrow and Friday, where I'll be participating in the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel meeting as an alternate. And you can chat with me at the meeting or any other time. And thanks for letting me give a quick update.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa on her testimony? Okay. Next up would be Leonard Krug. Leonard. Welcome. Button.
How about now?
Perfect.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Pettinger and council members. My name is Leonard Krug, and I serve as the president for the Oregon Anglers Alliance. I'm here today to request that you provide comment regarding the programmatic draft environmental impact statement concerning the probability of extinction for the southern resident killer whale. It is important that council support NOAA's preferred alternative to increase prey base for orcas by increasing hatchery production of Chinook salmon. According to the experts, the primary food source, specifically Chinook salmon, has dwindled to the point of them starving to death. So much so that even when they somehow manage to produce an offspring, the calves have little or no chance of survival. Now, we have dedicated untold billions of dollars towards wild fish recovery programs in the name of habitat restoration. And according to NOAA, these strategies have proven to be too little, too late, and too slow in producing enough benefits for their survival. For example, to date, 28 populations of salmon on the West Coast alone have been listed under the ESA. Despite these protections for over 5 decades, not a single listed population has been recovered. In some cases, there is more funding available for salmon scarcity and the industry that now surrounds it than for salmon abundance. Now, we're all wild fish advocates here, and most of us are also hatchery fish advocates. We understand that social pressures make it difficult for some to apply conservation biology instead of ideology in making decisions. For example, at the recent February ODFW Commission meeting, the NOAA proposal was brought forth. The Bluin paper, referring to reduced reproductive success, was constantly referenced as the holy grail of salmon science. Now, just to let you know, this RRS paper, as it's called, is well over 20 years old and has never been completed. It is not demonstratable and it is not explicable. Now, I only call attention to this. It is somehow still a keystone piece of paper to be misused in policy management decisions because it is still inconclusive. For an example of sustainable populations of wild salmon that began with hatchery origin fish, look no further than Chile, where Oregon Chinook have become a self-sustainable, world-class fishery that attracts anglers from across the globe. And if that's not enough, they have naturalized volitionally into Argentina, so much so that they have been referred to as an invasive species. Additionally, the Great Lakes states have also successfully created self-sustaining populations of wild Chinook through hatchery programs from our own West Coast stocks. Oregon's Willamette River suddenly had a surprising 40,000 natural origin coho appear. And there's the story of Lonesome Larry and many more. These are all success stories from hatchery programs. Now, the moral to the story is simply this: wild salmon can be the product of hatchery fish pairing in the wild. Now, Oregon is in a difficult spot right now. It looks as if the anti-hatchery community are willing to sacrifice the southern resident killer whales and our Chinook salmon if it results in preventing just one more hatchery fish from being born. This is a very defining moment in time. We need to take action and provide an immediate and effective solution for their survival. The current NOAA recommendation to increase salmon abundance by increasing hatchery Chinook production is the foremost expert, biological, and legal opinion available to help recover these animals. We urge you to please provide comment by March 11th to support the preferred alternative put forth by NOAA to help save these wonderful creatures and the salmon that they depend on. We're grateful to all of you for your dedication. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you, Leonard. Questions for Leonard on his testimony? Okay, thank you. Next up is Blake Inscore. Welcome, Blake. Ooh.
Guess that's why they're painted yellow. Well, that would have been quite an entrance. I guess it was. I'm Blake Inscore. I'm the mayor of Crescent City, California. It's the first time that I've attended one of your meetings. It's a pleasure to be here. Not a commercial fisherman, not a scientist, but I am a person who loves my community. And being a severely disadvantaged community, it does not take much for our economy to be significantly impacted by any decision. Coming out of a global pandemic, we have seen some amazing recovery, especially in the area of tourism. I've served not only for a number of years as representing our city, but for the last 8 as the chair of our local visitor bureau. And obviously, being able to tout our fisheries is a significant piece of building up a secondary economy. We are no longer a resource-based economy on the North Coast. 40% of our workforce is public sector jobs. It does not take much to move the needle when it comes to economy. If you even, I did a little bit of light reading of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which I'm sure you all can quote verbatim. What I do know in reading it is that part of the responsibility from 1976 and forward is also to be able to make sure there is long-term economic and social benefit. I cannot tell you how much our fishery means to our community as a whole. I know what it means to our long-term economy. I also know just from a social standpoint, what it means to our community, what it means to our fishermen, what it means to our residents. So I'm here to listen and to learn. I can speak about economics because I've seen the numbers of what happens in transitions. The interesting thing is that COVID showed us some very interesting data about what happens when you don't have people coming into your community that you rely upon as part of your tax base. But coming out of that, I am so excited at the fact that we are going to have a record year in sales tax in the city of Crescent City. We are going to set an all-time high for transient occupancy tax, hotel tax. But I can tell you this, closures in our fishery will stop that in its tracks. So I'm here to learn, to listen, maybe comment a little bit more as the opportunity presents itself. But I just want you to know I also understand what it's like to sit in a seat such as you're in, where you are constantly given lots of information from staff, from consultants, and from constituents like me, and you have to balance all of that and make good decisions. And so I encourage you to make good decisions. But just remember, as I have to remember every time I sit on a dais, is that my decisions have impacts. And some of those impacts are far-reaching. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate all of the service that you provide for our region, and look forward to working together for all of us here on the Pacific Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake. Questions for Blake on his testimony? Mark Rudnick.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you for being here. It's very helpful to have a voice of the community here. It's one that's not necessarily tied directly to the fishing community. And I think that your comments are well received by the folks around this table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo Mark's remarks, and also thank you for joining us this morning in delegation, and for being around with us through the course of the week. Your heartfelt comments to us this morning are much appreciated.
Thank you, Marcy. Okay. Thanks, Blake. Okay, next up is David Bain. David, are you there? David?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Welcome.
Okay. Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. David Bain, Chief Scientist for Orchid Conservancy. We're a Seattle-based nonprofit with tens of thousands of members, and we're concerned about protecting killer whales around the world, but our primary focus is the southern resident killer whale. We note that Oregon has joined Washington and the US and Canadian governments in listing southern resident killer whales as an endangered species. The primary cause of their decline has been lack of prey. As a result, controversial actions have been proposed to increase prey availability, such as increasing hatchery production and culling pinnipeds. However, these actions by themselves will not increase prey availability. Changes in management policy are needed to ensure that some of these fish will reach the whales. PFMC adopted Amendment 21 to set a floor on prey availability. This floor was set without considering the effects of inbreeding. A study last year indicated that even if prey availability was kept within the range it has been in recent years, the whale population would continue to decline. That is, as deleterious alleles accumulate, the population viability will decline. Thus, it is important that prey availability be increased, not held constant, as Amendment 21 proposes. Moving some harvest riverward of where the whales typically feed is an approach that would increase prey availability to the whales while allowing tribal and non-tribal fishers to benefit from increased production. Increased hatchery production poses threats to wild runs due to factors like competition, aggregation of predators, and potential increases in the proportion of hatchery origin spawners. Hatchery fish aren't as valuable for the whales for a variety of reasons, including just limited distribution of returns in time and space. Thus, it will be important to make changes in hatchery practices to better simulate wild runs. Further, it will be important to implement selective fisheries to ensure low PHOS levels. River-based fish traps that allow harvest of hatchery fish and release of wild fish unharmed are an example of how this could be done. We also note the ongoing removal of dams on the Klamath River. While this will have short-term negative impacts on salmon populations, it offers potential for dramatic increases in salmon returns in the foreseeable future. We urge you to maintain low levels of harvest on the Klamath until the newly available habitat is being utilized. Southern residents use Pacific coastal waters most of the year and travel back and forth across the mouth of the Klamath to take advantage of returns there. Lactating females require 2 to 4 times as much food as other females to successfully rear calves, and decline in salmon returns to coastal rivers, such as the Klamath, has hit LPOD particularly hard. LPOD is a southern resident killer whale pod that spends a lot of time in the Pacific compared to the other 2 pods. Expediting recovery of Klamath River salmon populations is essential to recovery of southern residents as a whole. We understand that many of the actions required to rebuild and recover salmon populations to abundant and harvestable levels and to recover southern residents are beyond the scope of what PFMC can do. However, we ask you to do what you can and to call on other agencies to do their part so that the burdens involved in recovering southern residents are widely shared rather than being placed primarily on the shoulders of fisheries. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bain. Questions on Dr. Bain's testimony? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. I believe that takes us to C1, which would be Vice Chair Hassemer who's going to take the gavel. So I'll pass it to him.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to turn it over to Robin Elke for an introduction. Robin.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, this is agenda item C1, the NIMS report. It's kind of a 2-part agenda item. First, we'll hear from Susan Bishop. She'll be giving us an update on the regulatory activities that have been happening since the last time we spoke. And we'll also hear from Dr. Steve Lindley from the Science Centers, and he'll be providing information on the happenings and publications that the Science Centers have undertaken over the past year. He'll have a little bit of a presentation as well to highlight that stuff. And with that, that concludes my overview of the agenda item.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you, Robin. And with that, I need to apologize there to give time for changing of seats here. I want to welcome Susan Bishop to the table in the NIMS seat, and Lori Beal in the General Counsel seat, and Mr. John North to the Oregon seat. And looking around, I hope I've covered it all. So with that, Susan, I'll turn it over to you for the NIMS report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the council. I will be speaking to agenda item C1A, the supplemental NIMS report 1. As Robin said, I will give a report on regulatory issues of interest to the council and then followed by my Science Center colleagues on the science activities. I'll just go through the report very briefly. It covers 3 main items. One is the status of several listing decisions that we're evaluating, some regulatory actions that we've taken regarding council activities, and also finalizing the performance reviews that we've presented drafts of to the council over the last couple of meetings. With regard to the listing decisions, we are considering petitions to list Oregon Coast, Southern Oregon, Northern Coast, Northern California Coastal, and Upper Klamath Trinity Chinook, and also the Olympic Peninsula Steelhead. All those petitions are currently under review. Data has been solicited from the public, and we've formed biological review teams to consider the available information. In December of 2023, NIMS also found that a more recent petition to list Washington Coastal Chinook met the standard for further review and is forming a biological review team to conduct that status review. We hope to have those decisions within the year. As many of you know, some of those petitions involved requesting us to consider listing either the entire ESU itself or a component of the ESU, specifically the spring component of the ESU. And so that's become sort of a new theme across the coast with regard to listing petitions. Are there any questions on that agenda item or on that topic?
I'll look around and don't see any hands. It's a big room. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of regulatory actions that I'd like to report out on, as you know, we had been finalizing Amendment 24. That amendment is a clarification of the process to update the low abundance Chinook threshold for southern resident killer whales. On February 21st of 2024, NOAA's Minister of Fisheries approved Amendment 24 to the Salmon FMP. And that letter approving Amendment 24 is included in the briefing book as C1A, a supplemental NIMS report 2. Secondly, the Snohomish rebuilt rule. So as you recall, the council and NIMS had determined that the Snohomish coho stock has been rebuilt. And so therefore no longer needs to be managed under rebuilding plan. NIMS is removing Snohomish stock from the rebuilding plan from the rule, from regulation. The proposed rule to remove the rebuilding plan should publish in the Federal Register at the beginning of March 2024, so sometime very, very soon. And the proposed rule will have, I believe it's a 15-day public comment period. Finally, for California coastal Chinook, NIMS, as you know, reinitiated its consultation on the effects of ocean fisheries on the California coastal Chinook salmon ESU in 2023. In November of 2023, the PFMC adopted a framework of management measures for the ocean salmon fisheries off the coast of California and recommended it to NIMS for implementation and regulation. Our ESA consultation has been completed, and we found that that framework would not jeopardize the ESU. We are also working on a proposed rule for a regulatory amendment that will be open for a 30-day public comment period when that is finished, and that package is well underway.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Susan on the report? Susan? Or
I just had one more section unless there's questions on that section.
Great. Bob Dooley?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. Susan, I'm just looking at the Snohomish coho rebuild rule, and I think you said 15 days, but the briefing book says 30. I just trying to avoid confusion there, and maybe you could clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is correct. So initially, when we were working on the regulatory package and until fairly recently, we had anticipated a 30-day public comment period, but because it's a relatively straightforward action, and the stock is rebuilt, it only actually requires a 15-day public comment period. So thank you for the catch, Mr. Dooley.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Seeing no further questions, then please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finally, I just wrap up the performance reviews. So in September and November, as required under both as requested by the council and also requested under a series of biological opinions, NIMS is required to conduct a performance review of the harvest control rules for several listed stocks under the ESA. The first two of those were provided last September. For Sacramento Winter Run and for the Lower Columbia River Coho. In November, we also presented a draft performance review for the Lower Columbia River Tule matrix. And we requested that any comments be provided to NIMS by February 1st. So we would be able to finalize those reviews, incorporate those comments, and provide that back to the council at the March council meeting. We did not receive any reports on the Lower Columbia River Coho performance review. We received relatively minor comments on the Sacramento Winter Run report and incorporated those, primarily clarification, editing, that kind of comment. Those were incorporated into the final version. For the Lower Columbia River performance review of the abundance-based matrix, we did not provide any, or we did not receive any comments on the report itself, but we did have the opportunity to have additional discussions with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife staffs with regard to of the issues that we had raised in that performance review. As you know, there are a couple of things that are foundational principles in the derivation of that abundance-based matrix. One is the assumption that the hatchery fish are representative of the wild fish in terms of tracking those with regard to harvest. The other is whether or not it would be feasible to forecast the wild component if in fact it turned out that those the relationship between the hatchery aggregate and the wild aggregate had changed. So we had some additional discussions with the states, and we have a plan going forward. That plan is reflected in the final performance review for Lower Columbia River Tule matrix. Basically, the two state agencies commit to evaluating the existing data to determine the feasibility of forecasting Lower Columbia River natural Tule fall Chinook, the accuracy of the forecasts, and any impediments to producing them in a time and manner to inform fishery management. So in other words, if you can do it, but you can't provide it in time to help with management, that's a problem. So we want to make sure that we take a look at that aspect as well. We anticipate, based on our conversations with the agencies, that work will be completed within 1 year. An evaluation of whether the abundance remains a suitable surrogate for Lower Columbia natural tules must be completed in time to inform the next periodic review of the matrix and to inform related issues in other fishery management forums. So as a reminder to the council, the agreements for US v. Oregon will be expiring, as well as the Pacific Salmon Treaty will be renegotiated at about the same timeframe as the next performance review is done. So we want to make sure we have this information available to inform not only that review, but to be able to inform the opinions and the NEPA analysis that will be required on those new agreements. NIMS will work with the appropriate co-managers to develop a work plan and timeline for this evaluation and consider what additional council engagement might be required. The work plan and timeline should be completed by December 2024. And that completes my NIMS report.
Right, thank you. Any further questions on the last part of the NIMS report? Doesn't look like there are any hands, so thanks again, Susan. With that, we'll move to Dr. Lindley for the Science Center report. I had you as online, but here you are.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. I am Steve Lindley. I drove up from Santa Cruz this morning. I'm the laboratory director there, working at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. It's my pleasure to tell you a little bit about what the two science centers have been up to over the last year in terms of publications. So I turn your attention to supplemental C1B, which is a bibliography of salmon-related publications that the two centers have put out. I don't know if we can get the slides. I have a few slides to share. And the next one, please. So in the last year or so, about 92 publications have come out on salmon or salmon-related items covering a really broad array of topics. It was a challenge to try to distill that into any one thing I could tell you in 10 minutes or so. But it was striking this time around that a good portion of these papers, about a quarter of them, have to do with life history diversity in salmon, which is, I think, if I were to look back over time at the topics that the centers are publishing on, this is an increasingly important topic. So I thought I would tell you a little bit about that. The next slide, please. So what do I mean by life history diversity? One way of thinking about it is thinking about how salmon move through habitats in space and time, and within and among populations, salmon can make use of a variety of habitats at different times. And salmon biologists can identify different types of these life history expressions by using things like analysis of scales, otoliths, eye lenses, tagging data, and all the other traditional techniques of fisheries. And this is a diagram that Corey Green, who helped me put this report together, I think drew up based on a classic study by Paul Reimers in 1971, looking at Sixes River Chinook salmon. And Reimers looked at the scales in those fish and could identify a number of types of ways that the Chinook salmon there were using habitats, and those varied over time. And this was really kind of maybe the first insight into the fact that there is a lot of diversity within populations of salmon, not just among them or among species. And in this diagram, it just shows how salmon use different habitats in the river, the estuary, and the near shore to generate 5 different life history types. These can be further proliferated into adulthood in terms of their timing for return to the river and the ages at which they do so, and other things. So why is that important? The next slide. Since the 1970s, people have recognized this might be an important thing, but about 15 years ago, the topic got a lot of interest with a series of publications from the University of Washington's Alaska Salmon Program. This is one example here where they've been studying Bristol Bay sockeye for decades and have found that there's a wide diversity of habitat there in terms of lakes, streams, and rivers that support sockeye salmon. And they're all marching to their own kind of different drumbeat in ways that drastically reduce the variability of that stock complex compared to any one of its members. And they identified this as being a really important feature of Bristol Bay sockeye, why it's really such an important fishery in some ways, and how important it would be to conserve this kind of life history diversity. And other scientists working further south in much more impacted watersheds realized that maybe some of our problems weren't just that we didn't have enough salmon, but that we were lacking this kind of life history diversity and the processes that support it. And that has spawned then a lot of research, a little bit, which I'll talk about now, maybe 7 examples from the 22 that the center's published on. So with the next slide, a few of these have to do just with documenting this life history diversity in salmon in the Pacific Northwest and trends in that, and this thing called the portfolio effect, which is this beneficial dampening of variability that you get by having uncorrelated stocks of fish in this example. But the terminology comes from finance, where this is broadly recognized as well, that assets that have different kinds of patterns of variation, if you have a bunch of those together, that's a more valuable kind of an asset than one that has much higher variability, but the same mean kind of return. So next slide, please. This study by Samantha Wilson is an interesting use of a long-term pit tagging database and looking at how the outmigration timing of different species and populations of salmon has been shifting over the past few decades. And this group found that salmon are migrating to the ocean earlier, and that different species are doing this more than others. And in particular, the Chinook salmon are migrating even more earlier than the coho salmon are. And the diversity of the migration timing for Chinook salmon is getting narrower. So they're migrating earlier and over a more narrow period of time. And this could make them more vulnerable to not arriving at the right time when ocean productivity will set up conditions for them. And the figure on the right shows how this shift in timing has been tracking the timing of the spring transition, which is also getting earlier due to climate change. And more northerly populations seem to be tracking this relatively well, but ones in the south, in California, Oregon, and Washington, are falling behind the pace on this. So this is a potentially problematic development for Chinook salmon in particular. A loss of this portfolio effect and life history diversity. The next slide, please. Okay, this is a paper by Melissa Davis and colleagues that looked at stock recruitment relationships for Oregon coast coho, a stock familiar to many of you over the past few decades, and looking at the correlation in productivity among those stocks that comprise Oregon coast coho. And they have found since 1990, which was following a period of generally declining productivity for the stock complex, that the correlation among stocks has increased quite a lot. So less buffering of this variability. And it now seems to be tracking the North Pacific gyre oscillation in ways that it didn't before. And this may be partly due to reduced influence by hatcheries and reduced harvest rates on the stock that now allow it to track the ocean climate more carefully or closely. And this is probably not a great thing in some ways for Oregon coast coho as well, because they're going to be more variable as a stock complex taken together due to loss of life history diversity, potentially. The next slide. This study by Michael Malik and colleagues looked at fecundity trends in Chinook salmon. And they have found that generally fecundity, which is one aspect of life history diversity, has been declining. This is related to decreases in size and size at age, which I think you've heard about before, something generally going on throughout the Pacific with many populations of salmon. But there are differences among these Columbia River tributary populations. The fish that come back earlier in the year, the spring run salmon, the summer run Chinook salmon, are doing things a bit differently than the fall run. And this may be due to different factors influencing their fecundity as they are starting to mature in the ocean in their final year of ocean life. And this is an example of this kind of decoupling of populations of life history diversity still kind of hanging on. And this has to do with the different patterns of ocean habitat use. And the next slide. So what can we do to increase life history diversity? This is another important topic of research. And one of the great things that can be done, and a great example here, is restoring access to functional habitats. And the Elwha River, I think you are mostly all familiar with this success story of removing a couple dams there, opened up access to a couple tributaries on the Elwha. They're not very big creeks, and they're quite close together, but they nonetheless have very different hydrologies and water temperatures. And these are being repopulated by coho, Chinook, and steelhead. And even though these streams are very close together, the fish do very different things in the two streams. So the one creek that is warmer, the fish seem to grow much faster there and attain older ages in freshwater, which is a little bit surprising, perhaps to me. But nonetheless, this then for coho salmon would generate a mix of 3- and 4-year-old returns instead of predominantly 3-year-old returns. And this is generally beneficial to population viability and reduces the variation in abundance. The next slide. Another example of things that can be done to influence life history diversity is in hatcheries. So hatcheries have historically tried to optimize their mean productivity by finding kind of the best way of rearing fish, of getting them to grow and release them at times in places where their survival is high. And this has tended to create or result in relatively early releases of relatively large fish, which then mature at young ages. And this can lead to high variability in the populations. And in this study, the authors tried to combat that, or they studied an effort to try to combat that by using volitional release from acclimation sites. I think this is on the Wenatchee River. And they found that the fish that then reared in the Natal River for a while had different patterns of life history diversity throughout their life compared to ones that just moved downstream and reared there. And this expressed itself in their age at maturation. in ways that combat the problems that hatcheries can tend to have. And with the next slide. Another example of how hatcheries can influence life history diversity. This is by William Bosch and colleagues. They looked, actually, I think I got this one confused. Let's just skip this one and I'll do the last one then. Thanks. Then finally, Paul Carvalho from our lab in Santa Cruz and colleagues at the Northwest Center as well looked at how improving the diversity and age at maturation might help Sacramento River Fall Chinook deal with the problems of drought, which has been something that's really been afflicting that population and all California populations for the past decade or so. The idea being that if they were to return more at older ages, they might better be able to survive or deal with droughts of increasing intensity, duration, or frequency. And they found that is actually true, or it would be true if you could do this. But there are effects then, depending on how you achieve that, on the likelihood of fishery closures and the average abundance of that population. So if you can increase the abundance of older fish by increasing their marine survival, then the effect on abundance is mildly positive, not surprisingly. The other way to have more older fish is to have their maturation be delayed, which is something that can be influenced by hatchery practices that will buffer the population's volatility, but it comes at a cost of lower overall abundance in the future. And this is something that's commonly found, that you can increase the stability of the population at the cost of its mean productivity. In at least some simple cases, that this can be a trade-off. It doesn't need to be, I think, overall, though, if you take a more holistic view of restoration and management actions for salmon populations. And this is something that the centers are really engaging on now to develop modeling frameworks that can allow us to understand how strategies that would improve life history diversity can work with habitat restoration, harvest management, hatchery reform, and all of those things to provide more resilient salmon populations to support fisheries and communities. And I hope to come back in April and tell you a little bit about the research plans that the centers are developing with our Inflation Reduction Act funding. So with that, I can take any questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Lindley in the presentation? I believe I see no hands, so thank you very much. That completes the NIMS report, and we have no management team or advisory body reports. I do not see public comments signed up, but I will just confirm that that's correct. So that will take us then into council discussion on this item. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's just a quick request for council staff, perhaps. I thought that was an excellent PowerPoint we just saw, and I'm wondering if that could be made available in the briefing book.
Robin?
Yes, we are working on that, getting it ADA compliant, and all of that was a challenge initially. So we'll work with Steve to get that posted, but it may not be immediately.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I had the same question here on the sidelines, but I was also wondering, was the presentation provided to the STT and the SAS at any point yesterday? Was there any mention of this content?
I'll look back to Robin for that one.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This agenda item was provided to both the SAS and the STT. The focus was, though, mainly on the regulatory aspects under this agenda item and not necessarily the science report.
Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, that's my understanding as well. And the West Coast region reports have been in the briefing book and available. And just noting that it's nice when we get our Science Center reports to us here at the council, but it is equally important that we make that information available to our advisors and our technical teams. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Phil Anderson.
Thanks very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I just really wanted to thank Dr. Lindley for the presentation. In the Pacific Salmon Commission Forum, we've been in our Chinook Technical Committee been looking at the change in maturation rates over time and the differences in fecundity that we're seeing relative to the changes in the size of fish at age. And you felt that was really helpful and interesting to see how broad of area geographically in the different stocks that this type of these changes are occurring. And I just wanted to thank you for providing that.
Thank you. Further questions, discussion on this agenda item? And not seeing that, I'll turn back to Robin. Excuse me, I think that completes our reports here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, it does.
All right, thank you. That will close out agenda item C1. I think we're on time here. Let's just take a 10-minute break. The next agenda item might be a little bit longer, so we don't have to interrupt that. So please be back in 10 minutes.
Recording stopped.
All right, 1 minute. Let's move back to our seats and get started here.
Recording in progress.
All right, we're ready to commence session again. Agenda item C2 on salmon, and I will turn to Robin Elke for the overview. Robin.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. Agenda item C2, this is the review of the 2023 fisheries and a summary of the 2024 stock forecasts. So each year, the council takes a look at the stock assessment and fisheries evaluation, the SAFE, or what we often call the review document, and the stock abundance projections, which are found in pre-season report 1 or pre-1. The stock status for the non-endangered ESA listed and non-hatchery stocks are evaluated in the SAFE document relative to the stock determination criteria for overfishing, overfished, not overfished, rebuilding, and rebuilt. The stocks are initially evaluated relative to the SDC in pre-1 for being at risk of approaching an overfished condition based on the current forecast and last year's pre-season fishery structure. The evaluation is updated in pre-3 once the upcoming seasons are determined. Excuse me. 3 stocks are required to have ACL specified. The Sacramento River Fall Chinook, which is an indicator stock for Central Valley Fall Chinook Complex, the Klamath River Fall Chinook, which are an indicator stock for the Southern Oregon, Northern California Chinook Complex, and Willapa Bay Natural Coho. The ACLs are equivalent to the acceptable biological catch and are specified based on the formulas prescribed in the FMP. And that language is provided for everyone in attachment 1 underneath this agenda item. And then also the abundance forecasts in pre-1. Excuse me. Pre-1 also contains an analysis of the 2023 regulations on projected 2024 abundances for coho and some Chinook stocks. This analysis is intended to provide perspective on how fisheries might need to be modified in 2024 to accommodate the new abundance forecast. The STT will review the results of the SAFE document for 2023 and the stock abundance projections and ACLs for 2024 and stock status determinations. The SSC will review the forecasts of the 3 stocks that are required to have ACLs specified and determine if the forecasts represent the best scientific information available for use in modeling 2024 ocean salmon fisheries, specifying ABCs and setting ACLs. So under this agenda item, the council action is to adopt the 2024 stock abundance forecast, ABCs and ACLs, and take any other action relative to stock status determinations as necessary. And that concludes my summary. I will just note that we do have some reference material for you. We have, as I noted, attachment 1 under this agenda item. And we also have attachments 2 and 3, which are the review document and the pre-1 document. For your management and advisory body reports, we'll hear from the STT and the SSC. And it looks like we have a couple people signed up for public comment as well. And thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Are there any questions on the overview? And I don't see any, so then I will call Dr. Michael Farrell up to the table for the STT reports. Good morning, Dr. O'Farrell.
Morning, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I will be referring to agenda item C2A supplemental STT report 1, the excerpts from the review of 2023 ocean salmon fisheries and the preseason report 1. As many of you know, the review document starts out with the catches and escapements, and there's a variety of appendices that have very detailed information. I'm going to hit just the high points here, but can try to address any questions you might have throughout the document. Okay, the first page in the STT report is table 2-6, and this is from the review, and it shows spawning escapement and 3-year geometric means to assess whether stocks are overfished or not overfished. And for Chinook stocks that are listed in this table, we have 2 stocks that are overfished: Klamath River Fall Chinook and Queet Spring Summer Chinook. The others, all other stocks do not meet the criteria for overfish status. There's one correction I'd like to make to this table. On the right-hand side of the table at the top there, the 2022 exploitation rate for Sacramento River Fall Chinook is listed as 0.52. The actual exploitation rate is 0.76. This was just a transcription error and is noted again at the end of this report. It doesn't have any material difference. It doesn't make a big deal. It just needs to be corrected, and I'm trying to do that right here. That doesn't mean it is a high exploitation rate, but it is not high enough to result in overfishing. Okay, moving on to table 3-7. This is the coho stock status report. And looking at this report, we see no bolded numbers for the geometric mean, which means that no coho stocks meet the criteria for overfish status. However, in some good news, Queets coho and Strait of Juan de Fuca coho meet the criteria for rebuilt status. The escapements for 2020 through 2022 are greater than SMSY, and thus they meet the criteria for rebuilt status. And for all of these stocks, there are no instances of overfishing. Okay, we'll move on to highlights of preseason report 1. Table 1-1 shows abundance forecasts in the past and for the current year here. I wasn't planning to go through them in any great detail. They're all there for you to look at. There are some new forecast methods that were employed for the first time this year. One was for Sacramento River Winter Chinook and the other for OPIH coho. Those were both adopted by the council following the 2023 methodology review. Okay. Moving on to, let's see, sorry, one more page. Moving on to table 5-4. This displays the forecast. It displays the postseason spawning escapement estimates, and then the forecasted spawner escapement given 2023 fisheries and 2024 abundances. And looking at this right now, we see no stocks that are approaching an overfish condition. That's where the 3-year geometric mean for the 2022 and 23, and then the forecasted escapement for 2013 is below the MSST. We see no instances of that for both Chinook and coho. For the coho stocks, the geometric means in this case are only based on the escapement in 2021 and 2022. We don't know. We don't have a model run yet to project that those abundances for 2023. So, okay, moving on. Table 5-5 assesses the SACL, the spawner escapement associated with the ACL and the OFL, and the current spawner estimates for Sacramento River Fall Chinook, Klamath River Fall Chinook, and Willapa Bay Coho. For the current year, the postseason or the preseason ACLs are larger than the ABC and the ACL. Sorry, getting ahead of myself here. Looking at for all three stocks, the numbers are not bolded for the most recent years available. In 2022, there is a bolded number for the ACL for Sacramento River Fall Chinook, and also the escapement is bolded. And in this case, the 2022 escapement was larger than the ABC and the ACL, or were lower than the ABC and the ACL, but higher than the OFL. Okay, and one last thing to point out in this is that we have an extra NA for the Willapa Bay Coho. We don't have a model run available, or at least when we didn't at the time, to get a postseason estimate of the OFL and ACL. And in addition, we don't have a run available to give a preseason ACL for Willapa Bay Coho, at least at the time of us developing preseason report 1. Okay, moving on, page 10, table 5-6. This is where there's a model run to assess 2024 fisheries against 2023 fisheries against 2024 abundances. 2024 forecasts that were much lower than 2023. So it was not possible to generate a FRAM run for the no action alternative, which is 2023 fisheries and 2024 abundance. Stocks have lower or negative abundance. The stocks are the abundances are down from in most cases this year, and therefore 2024 abundance it can't support 2023 fisheries at this time. So that's the reason for the long list of NAs in this table. On the bottom of this page, we have stock status for Chinook and Coho stocks, including changes from 2023. And this is reiterating what was presented earlier, but for Klamath River Fall Chinook and Queets River Spring Summer Chinook, the 2023 status was overfished, and the 2024 status remains overfished. For Coho, Queets Natural Coho and Strait of Juan de Fuca, for Queets, it was overfished as of 2023. And Strait of Juan de Fuca Coho, Natural Coho, was not overfished rebuilding in 2023. Both of those Coho stocks have now been meet the criteria for rebuilt status. The last page of this report just reiterates the corrections in the review that I had already gone over with regard to Sacramento River Fall Chinook. And that concludes my presentation. Can take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. O'Farrell on this report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. I have a couple of questions, and bear with me. They're kind of all on the same point, but I'm trying to put this whole thing together in my mind, at least. Starting at the very end of the report, and the corrections that you list specifically to the review table 2-6 and the text on page 35 in the review document. What is the plan for actually making those corrections to the review document? Will the online version be amended? I mean, we store these documents for use into the future, and we rely on them heavily as reference material. And as I understand it, I mean, these are fairly substantial corrections. And I'm asking, maybe you can reiterate that. I seem to recall discussing this point last year, and I believe we did exceed the ACL. But maybe you can talk a little more in detail about that. So twofold question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Last year we did issue an addendum to preseason report 1. I believe it wasn't preseason report 1 that attempted to solve this issue. It wasn't perfectly solved because there was the wrong number still in, because it comes in multiple places in the report and it wasn't corrected in every single place. And this year, when we went to retrieve that number to report it for this year, we ran into that problem. We picked the wrong number because we didn't correct it adequately last year. To address it for going forward with this report, I can look into doing another addendum. I don't know the procedure with making corrections after this has been finalized, aside from an addendum. I'd have to talk to council staff about that to see the best way we could take care of this.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess we'll carry that on in council discussion at the appropriate time. I guess if I could just follow up on some of the other tables in the report. So if I'm understanding from looking at pre-1 table 5-4, it looks like we've got the exploitation rate presented correctly here. That's on page 8 of the STT report. So we're good to go there. But then when I look at, I mean, it sounds like the correction is needed also to review table 2-6. That's shown on page 1 of the report. And then looking at page 9 and table 5-5 and the bolded values. I'm trying to understand the bold. Does that indicate those numbers? I missed what you said when you went through page 9 and what the bold indicates. Are those changed values from what's in the report, or are those just highlighting that those numbers are the result of the changes that would be made for the numbers in the review?
Thank you. I'll respond in just one second. I just want to read one part of this.
Thank you.
In this table, we highlight where we didn't meet our ACL or OFL benchmarks, essentially. And so what this means in this case is that the ACL for 2022, that's the SACL, it's an escapement associated with ACL, was higher than, oh, I'm sorry, the escapement itself was lower than the SACL, which means that we went over essentially. And that is just a, you know, the ACL, the SACL on the left-hand column there is just a simple calculation based on the postseason abundance and the fishing mortality rate associated with the ACL, which is a constant. And then the escapement itself is an estimated escapement. And in this case, that estimated escapement was below the ACL, but above the OFL, which is that middle column, and that's not bolded, the 55,656.
Thank you. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So in summary, I'm just wanting to make sure, because there's the labels on the tables aren't all there. If I'm looking at this report from the STT and this table 5-5 and the bolds that you have here as shown on table 9, you're not suggesting to us that any correction is needed to the table as shown in pre-1. Is that correct? You're just highlighting it because it's important.
That's correct.
For us to be aware of. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further questions for Dr. O'Farrell? And looking around, I don't see any, but I do have one question. Maybe it's more of a curiosity. It's on the review of 2023 fisheries. And I apologize, I'm gonna have to refer to a specific table. It was on page 31, table I-12. It's West Coast Vancouver Island Kroll Chinook salmon catch by month. And again, you know, somewhat of a curiosity, but in the months of January through May, in earlier years, there had been some harvest there. And then there were several years of zero harvest. And then in 2021-22, there was a little bit in February and March. We're not talking about a lot of fish, but then in 2022-23, January, February, March, April, May, saw catches. And I phoned some friends at Idaho Fish and Game, and looked like there were quite a number of Columbia River coated wire tags collected in there. And maybe the question really is there some emerging fishery? And I know there's others here in the Pacific Salmon Commission process who might be able to do that, but is there an issue with an emerging fishery that the model wouldn't pick up as we move through here? Or do you know anything about what's happening there?
Mr. Vice Chair, I personally do not know anything about what's going on there, but I can look to some of my STT colleagues who may be, there he is.
I'd ask you to look to your right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, with that fishery, I believe, and I'm not 100% certain, but in the past, it definitely operated more throughout the year. And in recent years, it had been, the opening had been delayed into the later summer period in order to protect some of the local stocks that they have conservation concerns of their own with in WCVI area. And I think just in recent years, they've been able to open those up again a little bit. But again, like you mentioned, they're small catches. As far as the impacts to other stocks, the Chinook Technical Committee is in the process of running their analyses right now for fisheries through, I guess, 2022. Moving forward, we would get 2023 next year, and we would see the results there. And those results feed directly into some of our reporting here. For example, the exploitation rates on the Columbia River stocks that we provide in table, whatever tables that have the escapement and the exploitation rates in them. So I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you. So again, I'll look around and see if there are any other questions. And I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you very much. Next, we will move to the Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Mr. Alan Byrne is here to deliver that. Good morning, Alan. The microphone.
Okay, microphone. Good morning, everyone. I will be reading this SSC report, supplemental SSC report 1 for agenda item C2A. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed the review of the 2023 Ocean Salmon Fisheries Supplemental Attachment 2 and Preseason Report 1 for 2024 Supplemental Attachment 3. Dr. Michael O'Farrell of the Southwest Fishery Science Center and the Salmon Technical Team Chair provided a brief summary of the reports, and members of the STT were available to answer questions. The SSC appreciates the work of the STT in compiling the reports and providing a draft of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook, Klamath River Fall Chinook, and the Willapa Bay Natural Forecast. We got those a few days earlier than the pre-1 came out, so that was helpful. The full preseason 1 report was not available until days before the SSC met, limiting a comprehensive review of the other forecasts. The council sets annual catch limits, ACLs, for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook, the indicator stock for the Central Valley Fall Chinook Complex, the Klamath River Fall Chinook, the indicator stock for the Southern Oregon, Northern California Chinook Complex, and the Willapa Bay Natural Coho. Preseason Report 1 provides the ACLs for these stocks in Table 5-5. The forecasts for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook and Willapa Bay Natural Coho were derived from forecast models that were reviewed and approved by the SSC and the council in previous years. The SSC found the calculations of the 3 acceptable biological catches, the ABCs, and corresponding ACLs correct based on the forecasts for the 3 stocks. As of March 2023, 4 stocks met the criteria for overfished. The Klamath River Fall Chinook, Queets River Natural Coho, Queets Spring Summer Chinook, and or not overfished rebuilding, which is the San Juan de Fuca, Juan de Fuca Natural Coho. The updated status of these 4 stocks are for the Klamath River Fall Chinook, the 3-year geo-mean natural area spawning abundance is 30,134, which is below the minimum stock size threshold, or the MSST, of 30,525. The stock continues to meet the criteria for overfish status. For Queets River Natural Coho, the 3-year geo-mean, and those numbers in parentheses are the years of data we had to calculate those means. Escapement was 6,624, which is above the MSST and the SMSY, 4,350 and 5,800 respectively. The stock meets the criteria for rebuilt status. Queets Spring Summer Chinook, the 3-year geo-mean escapement was 346, which is slightly less than the MST of 350. And therefore, the stock continues to meet the criteria for overfish status. And finally, the Juan de Fuca Natural Coho, the 3-year geo-mean escapement is 14,461, which is more than the SMSY of 11,000, and therefore the stock meets the criteria for rebuilt status. The Sacramento Late Fall Chinook and Natural Area Sacramento River Spring Chinook stocks had the lowest escapements observed since at least 2011, and that was in the review of the 2023 ocean fisheries in Table B3.
And the 2024 forecast for Sacramento River winter Chinook is the lowest forecast on record, only slightly above 1,000 fish, 1,081 to be exact. And that's in preseason report 1, table 2-2. No Chinook or coho stocks were determined to be subject to overfishing. However, the estimated exploitation rates, ERs, for all coho and most Chinook stocks were only available through 2021. And those are listed in, as Mike went over, in tables 2-6, 3-7 in the review of the ocean fisheries. Only 2 Chinook stocks, the Sacramento River Fall Chinook and the Klamath River Fall Chinook, had ERs reported for 2022, and that's in table 2-6. Although no cases of overfishing were reported, the maximum fishing mortality threshold, or the MFMT reference points for many stocks, are based on old data and analysis, and a review and reanalysis of the MFMT using recent data and newer methods is warranted. The analysis presented in agenda item C4 supplemental Klamath River Fall Chinook Workgroup Report 2 on the Klamath River Fall Chinook productivity show that updating these reference points can be completed relatively quickly. Finally, for Southern Oregon Chinook, specifically its Rogue River Fall Chinook escapement metric, the 2022 escapement was below the MSST. The 2023 escapement was below the SMSY, and the 2024 Rogue Ocean Production Index value was one of the lowest on record. This creates an elevated risk that the geo mean escapement for 2022 to 2024 could fall below the MSST. And finally, the SSC strongly recommends that salmon forecasts used in the PFMC process include measures of uncertainty, and that methodologies producing the salmon forecast be made available. Documentation of salmon forecast methodologies are also relevant to the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 because they inform where and how ecosystem information is currently used in salmon management. And that concludes the SSC statement.
Thank you, Alan. Are there questions for Mr. Byrne on the SSC report? And I don't see any hands. So thank you very much. That completes our report. I believe I will check, takes us to public comment. I know we have at least 2 signed up. Give us some few seconds here for that to appear on the screen. We have 2 signups. John McManus. John will be followed by Barry Day. John, I see you are remote. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to comment that this process by which you're hearing me through Ring Central and signing up for it and downloading the app and finding an ID number has been very difficult. So I'd like to encourage the council to find a more user-friendly ways, both to demonstrate the information about how to go through this process and perhaps how to reach you in these meetings to begin with. This has really been hard. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I'm also not the dumbest. And this was extremely difficult to get to you this morning. But here I am. So thank you for giving me the floor for just a second. I'm wanting to comment that when we get to the part of the season setting, creating the draft season options, I would very much like to see some fishing season options instead of just closed, closed, and closed. Part of the reason is because we've got new restrictions in place this year in California, and I'm talking about California Ocean here. We've got new concerns over spring run, which look to me like it's probably going to result in ocean closure in the early season, certainly in April, maybe in May. but I don't know that for certain. There's concern over coastal Chinook. And if I heard correctly at the salmon information meeting, I think the proxy for protecting coastal Chinook is 4-year-old Klamath fish. And I think the exploitation rate that was described for 2024 would be a 6%. We have no idea what this looks like when it plays out on the fishing grounds in terms of what weeks might be open in what areas and to which fleets, the commercial, the recreation, et cetera. Therefore, if only to educate the public, I think we absolutely ought to model fishing seasons this year, even if they show that basically there wouldn't be very much opportunity. But we just don't know with this new universe of restrictions. I also want to move on and discuss something else, and that is the conservation objective brought to the council by the National Marine Fisheries Service, looking to get 180,000 fall run Chinook back to the Sacramento Valley. We're looking at an ocean that undoubtedly has tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of hatchery fish swimming off the California coast this year. I'd like to remind the council that the hatcheries in California, the state-run hatcheries, have improved their hatchery release strategies and techniques over the last few years, and it's starting to show in returns to the hatchery. So while we've got an ocean that has a lot of hatchery fish in it, we're being told by NIMS that they want to see 180,000 fall run return to the Sacramento Valley. Normally, people I talk to would say fair enough, but one of the things that we're hearing is, where is NIMS when it's time to discuss the real killers of Sacramento fall run? And I'm talking about the water operations in the Sacramento Valley, which are killing millions of fall run Chinook eggs, both from hot water and from red dewatering. And we're losing the survivors that managed to hatch in the spring because of a lack of spring outflow. So I'm hearing from people that have a hard time hearing from NIMS that we got to hit 180,000 when NIMS is nowhere to be seen, when the state is setting water operation temperature controls in the springtime every year, the State Water Board. So I would encourage NIMS to attend State Water Board meetings that happen every spring that look at water operations for that particular year, and to make its voice heard and to make a difference there where they can, instead of taking it out on the backs of the fishery. That is basically what I wanted to cover. And again, the main point here is please model some draft fisheries for 2024 at a bare minimum so we can see how the new restrictions play out. I will leave it there, and thanks for taking my comment.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. McManus on his testimony? And I don't see any around the table. So again, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Barry Day. There's Barry. Good morning. Remember to turn on the microphone there.
Okay, yeah. Morning. John McManus covered it pretty well there. I'm a commercial fisherman from California, and I'm not here for this season. I'm here for the measures that have been adopted for commercial fisheries. There's other words for it, but all it is, it's a quota. You're about to put us under quotas for each boat, which is just a huge change to the fisheries. One, I've got a boat next to me, he's retired. He probably goes out, I can count on one hand each year fishing. So he's going to get the same quota as me. And I'm getting on a bit, as you can probably tell. But the young guys out there that's going to crucify him, operating under that system there. I basically looked at that because I'm dealing with knee-jerk reaction. The last 2 seasons we've fished, we've whacked them, and that's obvious. And we've obviously you guys have copped criticism from ag and why are they catching all the fish in the water, etc. there. I understand there's been a bit of politics to deal with, but the knee-jerk reaction is there's been a lot of fish out there. I fished before when we had the problem and we didn't get fish. This is way back 2009, I think. The fish weren't there, but the fish have been there. And just looking at semantics this year with the fish running up, there was a lot of fish going up there, but they weren't going to where the guys were with the pens. They were zipping around. But and that's brought us to this point where commercial fisheries now are faced with the backlash of the knee-jerk reaction. We've had some good years, the last 2, they have been. And John did bring up the hatchery fish. 50% of our fish have been from Maccollum hatchery, which you guys don't even deal with here. Are we going to get that 50% buffer when you give us our quota? Please? Is that going to be happening? My best year ever was 2012, and it was in May. That was my best month. Okay, so I would lose that opportunity, or a young guy would, because basically all fishermen work off a thing called hope. You're taking hope out of the equation here by putting a quota on. To even start with a quota, I just did, to set up a salmon boat, I'm underscoring it, talking out there, let's say conservatively, that's dock fleas, it's $15,000, okay? Now divide that by, say, $8 a pound. All right, 1,875 pounds before I even leave the dock to get ahead. And I know this year that's just not going to happen. We'll probably get fed a dummy, so something, etc. there. So what I'm looking at with the knee-jerk reaction and asking the council to do, please, is just slow down a bit, because the whole thing last year with these meetings, remember, I'm sitting back with my little bird's eye, was the big problem with the model. Well, nothing was done about the model except dealing with the commercial guys and putting new restrictions on them. I've talked at the dock. Guys aren't even aware of this. Oh, is this an emergency procedure? I'm sort of, no, this is the way I'm reading it, it's forever. So what you're talking about now is huge. California is big. It's not Washington, a little state. To get our boat ready and go to Fort Bragg or to go to Morro Bay, it's huge. And what do we go up there for? 20 fish? There's no hope there. It's too generic. It's a simple solution that, look at this council here, excuse me, I'm not criticizing, but with salmon, every single morsel and piece of a salmon is studied, where to come from, how to do it. Well, we don't apply that to the fishermen. We've just got, there it is, boom. We're going to check every 24 hours. How's that going to work for suppliers? 24 hours to get their loads sorted out, documented, and 24 hours I could be at least 24 hours getting to the dock if over that. So there's a lot of issues with this coming up. You know, I understand politics, and I'm no doubt I'm talking to the messengers here, and that's the way it is. But please slow down. I'm not going to stop here because I think this change is going to crucify us, because we are California and we can come up with something better than that, for God's sake. You don't crucify people. Okay, I'll shut up and leave it there. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Day on his testimony? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Day, for your comments. The council in California in particular have been thinking of this, as you call, a quota system, and I think of it as in-season management, in hopes of keeping fishing alive, keeping it going. And you're telling us, and I'm hearing from you, for someone who's on the water, that could be really problematic. Can you share with us a few more details as we think about how to do better management and keep people on the water? How come that system you see is going to be so problematic?
All right. Okay. Well, one's the cost setting up. This year's probably a no-go for us, the way I'm sensing things happening here. One, I do have to add, keep hope in your head, because we're fishermen, okay? We don't know what's going to happen. So we spend the $15,000, et cetera, to get the boat ready for salmon, okay? Now, if we're set with, okay, you can go out and catch 50 fish, the next week you can go out and catch 40, you know, if times are good, it could be 100. But with the nature of fishing on the ocean and the rivers and anywhere, and a matter of fact, is the reason we're fishermen is it's all about surprise. You know, I'll go, oh, geez, God, they're there. Okay, and that's me. That can get me through the year, that moment. It might only be 2 moments in the year where I get a good haul of fish, and that'll get me through. Okay, that's the calculations will take that out, because there'll be no moment. It'll just be a static line. And I see you nodding there. You got my drift on that. I don't need to carry on anymore. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Barry, for coming up today. It's always good to hear from fishermen.
I've got the key to being a successful fisherman, Bob. I got a wife with a job.
Thanks. Trying to understand the totality of what you're talking about here, and I think I understand it, but I'll ask you as a question. Are you concerned about the one-size-fits-all portion of this? The X amount of fish per boat, regardless of size, regardless of the catching capacity, or is it
no?
Or is it overall just the quota itself?
It's the opportunity, the quota. Like Half Moon Bay, I'll go to Fort Bragg if it's open. I'll be up at Point Reyes. If Morro Bay's on, I'll be at Morro Bay. And there's a lot of commitment and travel in that. Whereas some boats, you know, for example, some of the more retired guys, their limit is getting past Pedro Point and Pigeon Point. That's it. And they're going to have the same number. And the quota, if this carries on, I'm probably not telling you anything, Bob, is what happens with the quota fisheries. Oh, I'm retired now. What do? Sit here and hire my quota out? You know, it's for the young people in the industry that want to get out and catch some fish, it's crucifying them. And we don't, this it needs more work. You know, I accept the facts that times change, but this is a bit drastic, and there is some knee-jerk reaction from, you know, we've been lucky the last couple of years, and a lot of it is hatchery fish, as we know. the ocean's been abundant. The fish have been there. But I haven't been out there not fishing.
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Mr. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Barry. Great testimony. I'm trying to ferret out, are you talking an overall quota with trip limits, or are you talking about individual quotas per boat?
I'm not talking about anything. I'm just talking about what you put in front of us. So a weekly limit with 24-hour reporting.
Okay. So,
you know, coming from the dock, God, the Nazi party's here. What are you doing? Jeez. It's, you know, I myself sell a lot of fish off the dock. All right, that might take 2 days. In 24 hours, I've got to get my product out of the ice, stick them there, and it's not good product. That's just a minor little example, but the processes, you've been around, the process of handling everything in 24 hours is putting them in a quandary as well.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look around. I don't see any more hands. So thank you, Barry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. And it's not showing here, but there was one other sign up that didn't get posted here. Cindy Meyer. Cindy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, well, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Cindy Meyer, and I don't have any experience with Pacific Fishery Management Council. However, I have about a decade of experience with the Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council and the Caribbean Council as well, as a plan coordinator for fishery management. So I have a little bit of background, but now I sit in a very different seat. After the past 5 years, I work for the Bureau of Reclamation here in Sacramento on many of the salmon issues that we have, and we strive to recover the stocks and populations. And now I'm sitting with the San Luis Delta and Mendota Water Authority as their special programs manager and science coordinator. So I just wanted to introduce myself and hopefully improve our relationships so that we're talking more about the science having to do with salmon, be it onshore, offshore, or in the middle somewhere, as these two aspects need to be connected. And we really need to get the conversation rolling and provide our data to you and vice versa. So I just wanted to quickly go over that. And in fact, there's currently a National Academies of Sciences review of part of our operations and their impacts on salmon in the Sacramento. And that's an ongoing, they just had their second meeting last week. So I would really like to make these connections and hopefully improve the science and help address the issues that we face with the salmon populations.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Meyer on her testimony? And I don't see any hands here, so thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
That completes our public comment and will take us to council discussion and action. Wait just a few seconds. I'm assuming it's going to flash up on the screen before us. And with that, I'll look for any hands to initiate the discussion, just noting we will need a motion at some point on this agenda item. So, Mr. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If memory serves, the council doesn't need to take any formal action, but just wanted to highlight that we heard that the 2 Washington coho stocks that were not rebuilt have reached the rebuilt criteria. It was a lot of work for the STT and the state and tribal staff to do those 3 rebuilding plans after the Snohomish and those 2 stocks fell into the overfished category. So just acknowledge that work again. I wasn't sure how long it would take to dig out of the hole that came with 2015 and the collapse of a lot of coho stocks around Washington. But it's a good thing to see we've now rebuilt those 3 stocks.
All right, thank you. Further discussion, Sharon Kiefer.
Given Marcy's question, and I guess maybe this is a question for council staff, I'm still fairly new, so it's my ignorance. I was just wondering, does the council have a specific formal process or specific guidance to our advisory bodies and committees in regards to when a report needs to be corrected? We heard the addendum. Is that the normal, the guidance protocol to create an addendum to a report or an amended report? I'm just curious typically how, recognizing that there's a lot of technical work going on, there's bound to be mistakes here and there. Just didn't know if we did have a formal process.
Thank you. I'll turn to Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question, Ms. Kiefer. My top line message is we do not have a formal process, and that's because I don't really think one is needed. From time to time, there are errors, and sometimes we'll let those go. Sometimes we will make the correction and repost something to the briefing book, noting in the title that it is a corrected version. And I think that would be appropriate here.
Thank you. Further questions, Marcy Remco.
Yeah, since we're in council discussion, I want to thank Executive Director Burden for that. I certainly want to acknowledge how important these documents are to our public, and they serve us well. We're constantly referring inquiries to the council's webpage and to this standing repository of the preseason documents, and we certainly appreciate you maintaining them and posting them. It's quite a service. We know how important these numbers are to a number of our management activities, both in the federal arena and stateside. I appreciate the dialogue that we had with Dr. O'Farrell, and that this error kind of precipitated itself. We knew about it last year, caught it in some places and maybe not in others. So I think whatever outward action we can do to make sure that the posted documents are in fact as correct as they can be certainly will serve us into the future. So I just want to thank you for making the effort.
Thank you. Any further discussion here? Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer. I do not have a motion, but I did want to touch on some of the public comments we received. These salmon meetings have grown increasingly difficult for the council and the stakeholders. And I'm speaking specifically now about the Sacramento Fall Chinook. We as a council have staked out positions through correspondence to federal and state agencies about the need to protect essential fish habitat, because the number of adult Chinook we see out there is directly proportional to the habitat, the quality of the habitat that the adults return to and the spawning success they have. I've yet to see any correlation between escapement and production 3 years hence. But that's all we can focus on, right? So that's what we focus on, escapement. But we had large classes escape and produce relatively few adults. It's not because we didn't do our job. It's because the policies that govern water deliveries have elevated certain other interests with regard to use of the water. We've had several consecutive years of large-scale failures of natural production on the Upper Sacramento, and that was a consequence of the depletion of the cold water pool behind Shasta. And that was a choice. That was a choice made by water managers to deliver that water rather than hold it for the salmon. So again, there's not much we can do as a council other than write our sternly worded letters. But I do believe, and I've had a discussion with Ryan Wolf about this, that NIMS also has an obligation to follow up our sternly worded letters with specific measures that need to be taken by these agencies. Now, NIMS doesn't have the hammer with regard to the fall Chinook as it does with the winter Chinook, which is listed, or the spring Chinook, but still there is a bully pulpit there. And I think the more attention we can draw to those agencies that are making those poor decisions, the better off we'll be. I don't think there's no magic bullet here, but I do want to thank John McManus and Barry Day for their comments, because here we are fighting over scraps and hoping to have a commercial season. People with businesses, whether they be in the commercial sector or the recreational sector, are failing because the salmon aren't there. And it's not because of anything that those folks did. It's the faults don't lie in the fishery, and the faults don't lie in the council. So anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge those public comments and encourage the National Fisheries Service to do what it can to go to bat on essential fish habitat, because that's the only thing that's going to bring the Sacramento Chinook back to its former glory, when it used to average an abundance, a Sacramento index of 1 million fish a year over a 20-year period. And now, we're lucky to have 200,000 fish.
Thank you. Further discussion? And I'm not seeing any. John North?
Well, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Just to speak to Ms. Sharenko's comments, I think there is some other errors in the safe report appendix tables that just collectively, if we could get that report cleaned up and reposted, I'd appreciate it, because right now in the appendix table, it indicates there was some, due to a calendar week versus stat week issue, it indicates some fish harvested in a closed period that, would like to get that cleaned up for the record. So whatever we have to do to get there.
All right, then I suspect you'll make the SDT or whoever needs to know aware of that. See Robin shaking her head. So, and while I look for other discussion, just a reminder, there is one motion we need on here to adopt ABCs and OFLs for Sacramento River Falls Chinook, Klamath River Falls Chinook, and Willapa Bay Natural Coho. So as part of our action here today. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion prepared.
Go ahead when you're ready.
I move that the council adopt the 2024 stock abundance forecast, acceptable biological catches, ABCs, and annual catch limits, ACLs, as presented in agenda item C2, supplemental attachment 3, preseason report 1.
All right, that language appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
It does, with the exception of the spelling of my last name. It only has 1 D.
Thanks for that correction, and I will look for a second on that. Seconded by John North. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And as always, thanks to the STT and all the state, tribal, and federal staff that have done an amazing amount of work since the first of the year to get through the review document and the preseason 1 document and get those to us. We've had some good discussion about how to make some corrections to the review document. It doesn't affect any of the values in the preseason document that we're adopting here, to my understanding. We've had these reviewed by the SSC, had their support. This is the first step in a long process over the next month and a half, but I believe this puts us in a good place to move forward.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the maker of the motion? No questions for Phil Anderson.
I had a question for Ms. Bishop, if that's acceptable.
Please go ahead.
Susan once this motion passes, does that set in motion the BSIA determinations for these values that are included in the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'm not sure that I understand the question. Is the question that this, given the testimony from the advisory bodies, including the SSC, would be considered, this information would be considered based on best available science?
Correct. It's my, maybe I have it wrong, but it's my understanding that NIMS needs to make a BSIA determination on the abundance forecasts that are included in this motion. Is that not true?
I'm not aware of a formal determination that we make, but the assessment by the STT and the SSC would provide that, the basis to make that determination.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for clarification on the motion? Not seeing any discussion on the motion. Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanted to point out a few relevant bits of information provided to us today in both the review and the pre-1 documents relative to the status of California stocks. What we see is a mixed bag, and just want to note that for the council, that for Sacramento in 2023, the preseason projected spawners was 165,000 returning adults. Postseason, in fact, the return was only 133,000, although we did meet the minimum spawner escapement floor of 122,000, not by much. Just noting that Klamath fall, we did meet the minimum escapement goal there as well. 40,700 natural area adults exceeded that by a little bit with 41,600 returns. Although they did return with considerably better than what was projected to return. So that's good news. Looking to the upper Sac, escapements to this basin were very poor across the board for fall one, spring run, and winter run. Regarding spring run, only about 1,400 returns, but only about 100 of those were to natural area tributaries in the upper Sac. We heard a bit about winter run, and there was quite a bit of material provided to us in the NIMS report about only 2,400 or so spawning adults returning and therefore producing the lower abundance forecast that we'll be working under this year. Moving to looks at abundance, the forecast for abundance of Klamath fall adults is 180,000 Chinook. That's improved over last year, although as noted, Klamath fall remain overfished as the 3-year geometric mean is still below the MSST. Sac fall, we're looking a little better compared to last year, but still in terms of historic abundance, as Mr. Gorelnik noted earlier, we are quite low at just over 200,000 fish. It's the second lowest forecast value on record following the fishery closures of 2008 and 2009. So overall, there is perhaps some reason for optimism, but it's a bit mixed bag. There is improvement on both target stocks from last season. We do have widespread and abundant precipitation that has occurred over California this winter and continuing in the spring. So hopefully we're starting to see the benefits of that. But all in all, there's still reason for precaution. So just wanted to thank the STT for its work here and for the work that lies ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? And not seeing any, I will call a question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to look to Robin to see if we've completed our work on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe so. We've gone through the review document and the pre-1 document. We've adopted the stock abundance forecasts for this year, the ABCs and the ACLs. We've talked about the stock status changes that were found in the 2023 review. So we'll follow up with NIMS on that and move forward as needed on the action necessary. So yes, I think with that, we've completed our work under this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to pass the gavel back to our chair. I might have to pass it literally.
Thank you, Vice Chair Asmer, for doing a great job there. With that, I'll turn to Robin to go to C3. And just for people who are a little worried about bathroom breaks, we're going to do the presentation first here before we break and for time. So, but Robin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item C3, the Klamath Dam removal update. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission approved the removal of 4 dams on the Klamath River, and the decommissioning will include the reservoir drawdowns and deconstruction of the dams, which is currently underway. It's important for the council to keep up to date on the progress of those dam removals and understand the implications as it relates to management of Klamath River Fall Chinook. So under this agenda item, we have Jim Simonday. He's the Klamath Branch Supervisor from NIMS, and he'll provide an update to the council on the status of that dam removal project. And it's just also noted that the council may want to consider additional updates as this project progresses so that they can stay informed on the dam removals. So the action under this is just informative, so just council discussion. We do have a PowerPoint available, and we have Jim Simonday online to give that report. And that concludes my summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin? Okay, with that, we'll go straight to Jim Simonday. Jim, are you there?
I am indeed here. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Excellent. And thanks for having me back. I joined you last year in person. I apologize. I'm not able to be there today with you all. Happy to give you a short presentation today and answer questions that I can. So if we can go to the next slide, that'd be fabulous. Advance one more, please. So my presentation will provide an overview on recent and upcoming dam removal activities. We'll take a look at the timeline, what's past and what's to occur here in the near term. I'll focus a little attention on what the effects have been that we've mostly been experiencing in the river. They're most primarily been associated with water quality effects. We're in the phase of sediment evacuation from the reservoir project footprint right now. And so I want to speak to that a little bit, as well as restorative type actions that are occurring in the project as well. Council, I'm sure, will be interested in an update on hatchery activities. So I'll provide that short. And then there'll be an update on what we know about monitoring to date, where we have identified some gaps in monitoring in the future and what we'd like to do to address those monitoring gaps as well. And then what's on the horizon. Next slide, please. So just to remind ourselves, the Klamath Dam Removal Project is a removal of 4 dams of the 6 on the Klamath River. The 2 remaining dams upstream of the project area have fish ladders on them. Primary purpose of this dam removal project is to open up over 400 miles of anadromous habitat for salmon and other species as well. It'll also have a significant restorative feature to the riverine function. We're seeing that right now, in fact. We're seeing that because there's the new control point of the Klamath River is currently at Kino Dam. We're seeing much more flow variability throughout the river system, and that's going to have significant benefits to populations downstream of Iron Gate as well. When in our biological opinion that we completed in 2021, we identified most of the effects of dam removal, those being impacts, are going to occur in the first 2 years. And this first year is the year where we'd expect the most short-term impacts. And I'll speak to those as well in this presentation. I think it's really important to note here that the effects that we've been experiencing in the river are very much consistent with the range of effects that we identified in our biological opinion. We haven't seen any, while there's been some unforeseen impacts, they're certainly within the range that we anticipated. There's a number of interconnected restoration activities associated with this project. Most of those are focused on the reservoir footprint, and they focus primarily on ensuring that fish passage into key tributaries of the project reach will be available as volitional fish passage is provided here this coming fall. And then the construction of Fall Creek Hatchery was a key component of the project as well to offset the loss of Iron Gate Hatchery. Iron Gate Hatchery, which is located at the base of Iron Gate Dam, is losing its water source, and therefore Fall Creek Hatchery has been constructed to replace its purpose. Next slide, please. In terms of some of the key activities that have occurred since we last met, the demolition of Iron Gate Hatchery has taken place and the construction of Fall Creek Hatchery was completed. A culvert was replaced on Fall Creek to allow for free access for adults as they were expected to return next fall. And Copco 2, the smallest of the 4 dams, was removed this past summer. You can see that in the slide, the photos to the right in this slide here. You can see the decommissioning that occurred and the natural riverine system now at that location. There was relocation of juvenile coho salmon that was occurring this past fall and winter to reduce the impacts of sediment on those populations. And most recently, beginning in January, the low-level outlets of the 3 remaining dams was opened up to allow for flows to pass through in the beginning of sediment evacuation. And this has been ongoing since early January. And I'll be sharing a couple of videos and photos to illustrate that. And then just in the last week or so, there was a release of 800,000 Chinook fry from Fall Creek Hatchery, which I'll speak to as well in a moment. Next slide, please. So here we are in the project timeline, illustrated in the purple zone. The low-level outlets have been opened up at the 3 remaining dams. Flow through is occurring in the reservoir reach. It's really pretty much a free-flowing river system right now from Kino Dam down. And now is the time for us to evacuate as much sediment from the project footprint as possible. There's a number of ways to address that, and we're addressing that through our coordination closely with the states, the tribes, and the Bureau of Reclamation through water management purposes and mechanical evacuation as well. Looking ahead, though, to this coming spring, in early May, the expectation is that dam demolition will occur if we are to stay on timeline for volitional fish passage this coming fall. So the expectation is that flows will be receding and the crews will be able to get out into the river system to begin demolition as early as the beginning of this May. Next slide, please. Here's a short video that I'd like to share with you at the Iron Gate low level outlet. And this is what flows of 1600 CFS on January 11th when the reservoir was drained. If you could just click on that photo, that'd be fantastic. It's worth noting that water quality conditions were quite good, as you could probably see in the river system here at this particular time. Not a lot of sediment was moving through the system. Let's go to the next slide. And click on this one. This is Copco 1, the blasting of the low. Obviously a pretty exciting moment for those who were able to see it first person. As you can see, a lot of sediment was moving through. You know, there's 100 years of sediment that's been building up behind this dam at Copco, and a lot of organic materials as well. And as that signal of organic materials traveled down the river system, it had significant impacts on dissolved oxygen, which I'll speak to in a moment as well. Let's go to the next slide. Here we don't have a video to share with you, but I just wanted to show you that the blasting of J.C. Boyle occurred on January 16th. This reservoir drained rather quickly, and it had very little impacts on water quality conditions downstream. Speaking of water quality conditions, let's go to the next slide, please. So I mentioned that when Copco 1 blasted and the sediments and a lot of the organic materials that traveled through the system, we saw a significant DO sag that traveled downriver all the way to about Orleans. So it was quite a ways downriver, that signal. Dissolved oxygen levels dropped down to nearly zero for 24 to 48 hours twice in the river system. Again, the timing of these evacuations of sediment and the blasting of the outlet tunnels was done such that it was to reduce exposure to salmons to the greatest extent possible. And again, these effects were certainly within the bounds of what we analyzed. Majority of fish that were observed dead in the river during the DO sag were non-native fish. Most of what are being captured are the non-native reservoir fish that are not surviving in the riverine environment. Next slide, please. Sediment evacuation, as I mentioned, is really critical at this point right now. You get an illustration of the reservoir footprint in these photos. Techniques that are being used here are mostly managing flows. We've just begun to create pulse flows in the river system to help to elevate the reservoir and then recede the reservoir as well, hoping to help to push sediment through the system. Most of that sediment will remain in suspension and travel out into the marine environment. Some of that's falling out as well. But while turbidity levels may be high, the dissolved oxygen levels have certainly been suitable to allow for rearing fish in the river. In terms of where that sediment goes, there are buoys that have been placed to better understand if there's effects occurring to Crescent City Harbor. To date, we haven't seen any data from that, from those buoys yet, but we will have information on the disposition of the sediment over time in the marine environment. Next slide, please. Ever since the reservoirs began to drain, aerial revegetation and seeding began. Most of the restoration has been focused on, as I mentioned earlier, around ensuring that passage will be available for salmonids up into the key tributaries of the project reach, and trying to do everything we can to secure the banks, grade the slopes, and ensure that impacts to terrestrial wildlife are minimized as well. As you can imagine, the moisture content of that sediment is really high right now, and it's really soft mud. So it's best to stay out of it as much as possible. Of course, we can't tell the deer that. Next slide, please. In terms of updates on the hatchery, as I mentioned, Iron Gate Hatchery was decommissioned. They had a very successful year in terms of egg take at Iron Gate Hatchery, and approximately 4.1 million fall run Chinook were transferred from Iron Gate to Fall Creek Hatchery in December. And 127,000 eggs were transferred of coho to the Fall Creek Hatchery as well, which is certainly sufficient to meet the production needs. The good news is that Fall Creek Hatchery fish are growing quite quickly, and they're very healthy. The growth rates are quicker than expected, primarily due to higher water temperatures than anticipated. So all signs are that Fall Creek Hatchery is going to be a productive hatchery for us. Next slide, please. In terms of the release strategy at Fall Creek, the production goal for Klamath River Fall is 3.25 million. In actuality, the hatchery was holding 4.1 million fish, which provided a surplus of fish. Due to space capacities, the first release of fish occurred in late February, just last Monday, I believe, and 830,000 untagged Chinook fry were released. As I'm sure most of you are aware by now, it appears that most of those fish, many of those fish, an unconfirmed amount of fish, were presumed to have succumbed to gas bubble disease as they transversed through the Iron Gate outlet tunnel. This was determined as a result of a rotary screw trap running approximately 5 miles below the Iron Gate Dam, started catching dead Chinook fry with extended eyes. There's still there was a surplus of 800,000, so the hatchery is still holding a sufficient number of fish, they believe, to meet their production goals. And the next release that's slated is another release of untagged Chinook fry, which would occur in March or April. It's worth noting here that Department of Fish and Wildlife has determined that all releases this year will occur below the Iron Gate Tunnel to ensure those fish are not having to travel through the tunnel location, which appears to be the cause of the gas bubble disease. Later this year, 1.75 million Chinook smolts are slated for release, as are Chinook yearlings next fall. Coho yearlings will be released this spring as well. Next slide, please. In terms of monitoring, the current monitoring scheme that we have today is expected to occur into the future as well. That includes carcass and red counts in the main stem Klamath, lower and middle tributaries, as well as main stem work up to Iron Gate Dam. In the future, What we know is that Department of Fish and Wildlife is committed to doing surveys on key tributaries of the project reservoir reach. We still identify a significant gap in monitoring in the upper basin, the Klamath main stem above Iron Gate to the Keno Dam, key tributaries in the upper part of the reach and the upper basin tributaries of Upper Klamath Lake remain a data gap or a monitoring gap for us as we look ahead to the future. To address that, we've been working with our partners to come up with a monitoring proposal, which I'll share with you now. Next slide, please. So using the tools and the strategies of our friends in the LWA, we've developed a proposal using sonar as a monitoring tool to determine how many fish are passing a key location. Our proposal is to put sonar at the Iron Gate location and tie that to tangle netting for species apportionment, and then using radio tagging equipment and relying upon the tracking and the receivers that are in the upper basin to track those individuals as well. As you can see, we have a long list of partners for this project proposal. Unfortunately, at this time, it's an unfunded project, and we're over $1 million short of getting this program up and running. So the council should be aware of that. Next slide, please. So on the horizon here, we're looking ahead through this period of sediment evacuation over the next couple of months to dam demolition during spring and summer and early fall for volitional fish passage to occur for Klamath River Fall Chinook by September or October. A lot of energy is being expended on restoration to provide improvements to habitat, ensure accessibility to key tributaries for reintroduction purposes. Also, another key activity this year will be the reconsultation with the Bureau of Reclamation on water operations. The new compliance point for flows on the Klamath River will be Keno Dam, located there in the middle slide. And along with that comes in our work to ensure that passage will be provided at the dam, as well as there are improvements made to the Keno fish ladder. That's my last slide. And thank you for listening. I'm happy to answer any questions I can.
Hey, thank you, Jim. Questions for Jim on his presentation? Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim, thanks for that presentation. That was really helpful in updating us on what's going on, and congratulations to everyone involved for quite an accomplishment. I do have several questions regarding information that might affect ability to assess future contribution of the stock as it rebuilds to the council fisheries, and also the relevance of that to tracking impacts on Klamath, not only Klamath stock, but our use of Klamath as a proxy for some other stocks, some of which are listed. First question goes back to your the monitoring proposal, I think in your second to the last slide, and you indicated that you were short on the funding. I was curious how critical that project is, how critical you view that project to the ability to assess the success of the project and the change in distribution of the stock through the system.
Oh, I view it as a very important project, Susan. If we're going to be able to document the success of this dam removal project, we need to evaluate performance, and performance metric of Salmon is key. It's critical. So as you can see, that's a huge area, a huge expansive area with limited opportunity to access fish. And with such a large area that's becoming seeded for the first time, this proposal of using sonar equipment tied with tangle netting and radio tracking individuals as well to see where they actually go seems to be the most feasible and the wisest strategy that we can come up with. I do understand that we're also beginning to talk with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about expanding their carcass and red survey, which they currently do on the main stem Klamath River. And it'll be a question mark as to how successful that could be in the new environment of the Klamath River. But there are some key portions of the main stem Klamath above Iron Gate Dam right now that are suitable today for spawning. Yet there's no studies that are confirmed or funded at this time up there. So to the extent that we can do this, all the better. I'm assuming also that scale samples are going to be really important as well from those individuals. So we have to also have crews out there to get our hands on the individuals.
Hey, Susan. One more?
I do. I have a follow-up question, if that's okay. Jim, I also had a question as to whether or not the production strategy at Fall Creek Hatchery has changed since your presentation last November. I don't recall such a substantial proportion of unmarked fry being part of that release. And we rely pretty heavily on code-aware tag recoveries in the fishery to be able to track the presence of Klamath fish in our fisheries and to assess the impact rates relative to our conservation targets. Also, we use that same information to do the same thing for some listed stocks. And so I'm curious whether or not that was discussed, or whether, first of all, if that's a change in the strategy, the sort of rationale for that, and also if there was any discussion on the impacts that might have to things like impact assessment in the fisheries. Thank you.
Susan, when I reported out last year to this group, I reported out that the expectation was that production was going to include 3 million Chinook smolts. And the department, I believe, through its evaluation of its biological program, its bio program, has determined that there are space limitations to prevent it from holding 3 million smolts, and modified their plans accordingly, and that therefore has this fry release component as well. But perhaps there's somebody there from the department who could speak more personally to anything about any information or changes that occurred from the department's perspective.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Vice Chair Hasselberg.
Thank you. And thanks, Jim, for the presentation. I don't know if we can go back to the slide on, it's way near the beginning, activities completed to date. This relates to sediment evacuation, sediment management, and I think those slides were Copco 2 dam. It's not so large, but yeah, there it is. So what struck me here is, I don't know the time difference between the middle and the lower slide, but the clarity of the water in the last slide, which might be a short time after the dam was removed. What happened there? That seems like pretty quick recovery in terms of water quality.
Yeah, the water quality is affected by flows from upstream. At this is a relatively small footprint of project here because it was a small dam. And so once the deconstruction of Copco 2 had occurred, it didn't take long for that water quality to improve, given that there's good water quality conditions just upstream, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, the versus the what we're doing right now is a much more expansive portion of the project footprint, releasing a lot of sediment from the 3 large reservoir systems.
Okay, thanks. So the good water quality upstream is somewhat a function of the dams up there that are trapping that. So you had pretty clean water coming into it.
Yeah, and right now flows at Keno, which are feeding into the project reach, are really good water quality conditions this time of year. Temperatures are good, dissolved oxygen levels are good. It's low turbidity entering into the project reach. And then as the water snakes through the project reach, it picks up sediments, collects sediments, transmits them downstream, and then water quality fix occur downriver. But right now, water quality conditions in the river are very suitable. I might have failed to mention to you that while the screw traps were catching those dead Chinook fry from the hatchery from gas bubble disease, they were also capturing healthy wild Chinook and Coho salmon as well, indicating that the wild populations that are exposed to sediments in the river system seem to be doing quite well.
Thank you.
Okay. Marcy Urubko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to follow up a bit on Susan's question relative to monitoring and Jim's suggestion that possibly someone from the department might speak to that in more detail. And at the appropriate time, I'd like to ask Mr. Brett Cormos to come up and clarify some of the plans on the part of the various basin partners whenever it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for that presentation, Jim. This is Danny speaking. You know, there's few tangibles we get in this line of work, and that you certainly got one. So congratulations to you on that. And I'm going to ask a follow-up question on Susan's question. I think I saw in the slide that the release group, the large release group occurring in the next week or so, 25% of those were going to be marked, but none were going to be tagged. And then the following release, the last release group, the smolts, 250,000 were going to be marked and tagged. And I'm wondering, why is it just size that they're not tagging any fish in this next release group, which is the bulk of them? Or is it some other reason? And I'm wondering, as you evaluate this, if there's some data being lost there, if, you know, these two separate release groups, we can't, if they're not adequate surrogates of each other, where one, you know, you can make inferences on that later release group, which are larger fish, to the smaller releases. And this might be a better question for Brett Cormos when he comes to the table.
Yeah, I'm going to let Brett answer most of that question. Just to be clear, Danny, the release of the 420,000 fish, which is likely to occur here in the coming weeks. And again, that will be below the Iron Gate Tunnel. Really important that we're not going to test that tunnel again. That those fish are, you know, a couple of inches long, right? They're really small fish, and they just cannot tag those individuals.
Yep, I think we'll hold off on the discussion until maybe after lunch. It's okay with Brett. Anyone else questions on the presentation? Actually, Jim, I have one. Kind of curious as far as the water flows we've seen. I know we've had some pretty good rains in Northern California, Southern Oregon. Have you seen what would you hope to, I guess, the appropriate or the hopeful amount of water to flush out the sediment? Is it gone as well as you might have thought, or is it better, or what's that status look like?
I think it's, again, it falls within the range of our expectations. And I would say that the worst case scenario would be for an extremely wet late spring, because that would prohibit the ability for us to get in the river system and start demolition such that the timing would allow for volitional free passage come this fall. That's critical. The other critical issue of a late spring high flow event would be that it would expose the largest portion of this year's cohort of salmon to high sediment concentrations at a time when water temperatures are increasing. And so while water temperatures are cool right now, dissolved oxygen levels are good. You know, if we see those high sediment loads come later this spring, I think we would probably see higher mortality rates than we otherwise would. So for now, things are looking really good. We have a substantial snowpack in the upper basin. That's a little bit of a concern that if it comes off late. But we're also working with our partners in the upper basin to think creatively about where to store some of that water as well. In terms of the flows that we're experiencing in the river system currently, they're really kind of ideal. They're varying between 1,000 and 2,000 CFS. The KRC, Klamath River Renewal Corporation, would like to see flows no higher than 2,000 CFS in the river, which that allows for sufficient flows to help to elevate the reservoir and recede the reservoir to help move sediment, but not so much water that it creates operational concerns. So things are lining up really good right now, and we just have our fingers crossed that it remains.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you on that. And that'll see your hands. And just thank you for a great report and follow up on last year's great report also. So just really good stuff. So with that, we're going to break for lunch. And we're going to take an hour and 15-minute lunch because we're not sure how it's going to work out as far as people getting back here in time. So with that, we'll be back here at 1:10 and we'll finish up on C3. Okay. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, everybody can take their seats. We'll get started. Okay, welcome back from lunch. We're on C3, Klamath Dam Removal Update. We heard from Jim Simonday and his presentation, and we've moved on to now to the Habitat Committee report and Dr. Corey Green. Corey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading agenda item C3A, Supplemental Habitat Report 1, the Habitat Committee report on the Klamath Dam removal update. HC received an update on Klamath Dam removal activities from Jim Simonday of the National Marine Fisheries Service, including dam removal, hatchery construction and operation, and other restoration activities and monitoring. Activities are generally progressing on schedule, and short-term sedimentation impacts are within the range anticipated by the analyses conducted for the NMFS biological opinion. Upcoming activities include complete removal of the dams, an assessment of fish passage conditions throughout the system, additional fish passage and habitat restoration activities, and monitoring. A data gap continues to exist for assessment of successful returns of adult fish through Iron Gate Dam to Keno Dam and in the upper basin above Klamath Lake. Cooperating partners developed a monitoring proposal that would rely on sonar and tangle nets for meeting this key information need, but do not currently have funding to conduct the assessment. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Dr. Green on the Habitat Committee report? I'm not seeing any, Corey. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think it takes care of the reports and takes us to public comment. I believe we have one. I may be wrong. Okay. And Blake Inscore. Blake, welcome back.
Thank you. Just really quickly, I have discovered in my career that some of the most teachable moments happen when we find things that don't go well. We like to learn from our successes, but I have my lifetime experience says that I've learned a lot more sometimes from failures than I have successes. I wasn't aware of the fry incident until yesterday. And I will just make, again, because this is new to me, sort of an observational point that we sort of just passed along. Since we have more to replace it, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal, and I know that we are very protective of never criticizing other agencies. But when we're in the middle of the largest dam removal project ever in the United States, the likelihood of challenges still to come exist, which means that there is the likelihood that there will be other decisions made that may not have as good an outcome as we would like. And so I guess I would just observe that when we look at it and say, well, we have more, so that's good. And we look at the fish that are downstream of Iron Gate and they're doing well, so that's good, so no big deal. I would disagree. It is a big deal. 800,000, and we don't know what the mortality actually is, but a lot of stock was lost. And I guess I would just opine that if I was in your seat, I would at least acknowledge that and say, this is an unfortunate thing that happened and one that affects us, because it does affect you. Wasn't your decision, not your fault, but it does impact you as well. And so again, I'm just learning along the way, but one thing I have learned, especially in elected office, that when we are transparent and acknowledge that things don't go well and say we're going to do our best to make sure it doesn't happen again and use our voices to express those things, to all involved, it's good for all of us. So thank you. Just appreciate the opportunity to weigh in.
Thank you, Blake. Questions for Blake on his testimony? Thank you. All right, it takes us to council discussion, and I believe that Marcy had want Brett Cormos to come up, and if he could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. There were a couple of questions during discussion under this item that I would like to take make an effort at answering. One came from Ms. Bishop. She was curious about the plans to monitor and assess the stock post dam removal. Mr. Simonday's presentation suggests that there won't be any monitoring on the main stem of the Klamath River through the reservoir reach and up to the state line. That's not, in fact, the truth. CDFW has been engaging in a significant amount of effort to coordinate among basin partners to ensure that the requisite data for managing council area fisheries, assessing the success of the restoration project, et cetera, is going to be obtained. And so just want to make clear that CDFW is under the understanding that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will be contracting the Chinook tribe to do a carcass survey for adults on the main stem Klamath River up to the state line. I can't speak for Oregon and what their plans are. I know that they're facing some significant challenges around funding to do the requisite monitoring in their particular part of the watershed. But California will have all of the bases covered, so to speak, when it comes to obtaining the requisite data that we've grown accustomed to and need to have in order to manage the Klamath River Fall Chinook. That includes the tributaries in the reservoir reach and elsewhere. There are some tributaries where monitoring isn't currently planned, but those are not places where we expect to see meaningful returns, at least not in the near term. So coverage is good in California in that regard. And I'm not sure where the confusion on that might be coming from, but that's the state of affairs as I understand it. Then Ms. Evanson asked some questions about the hatchery program. And you might have to help me through that, Danny. But I think one of your questions was about the smolt release and the idea that we might be marking but not tagging the fish. That's not the case either. Those fish will be marked and tagged at a rate of 25%, consistent with our constant fractional marking program goals in all of the hatcheries of the state. There are fry being released. Those fish are part of our agreement with some of the signatories to the Klamath Hydroelectric Settlement Agreement. And so the intent there, because this Fall Creek hatchery is a very small facility, state of the art, but small, and there is a great deal of consternation or concern about the reduction in overall production when you transition from Iron Gate to Fall Creek. The department agreed to the extent practicable, release fry as well early on in the rearing cycle. And that is required for us to do in order to make space for the smolts and the yearlings and the coho that ultimately will come behind them. So I've taken a shot at covering the bases you asked to be covered, but please remind me if I missed something.
Danny?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Brett, for those responses. I was asking specifically about the fry releases and whether they're taggable size. As I recall, we don't, the slides are not posted, so it's hard for me to go back and see the list. But I want to say there was 1.75 million fry being released, and they weren't being tagged. or marked, and I'm wondering how those will be evaluated, or a small fraction are going to be marked, how those will be evaluated, recognizing that they probably have a different experience in the river and in the ocean than the larger size fish being released.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Evanson. Yes, those fish are too small to mark or code a wire tag. However, CDFW has identified funding to collect tissues from the parental broodstock, and we will at least have the baseline information in order to employ PBT, parental-based tagging, to assess the performance of those releases, at least on the freshwater side. The state of California is moving forward with a number of fry release strategies in a number of our hatcheries in the state. And the funding has yet to catch up with the intent at this point in time. In particular, I think in the ocean fishery, although I'm not particularly qualified to speak about that now that I'm not in the marine region anymore. But yes, we will have the requisite information, and we'll at least be able to tell you how those fish performed in terms of hatchery returns and probably also natural area returns.
Thank you for that. Very helpful.
You're welcome.
Okay. Further questions for Brett? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Kormos. I just had a question about, you said that the funding hadn't quite caught up with the intent or the need. What do you envision sort of that gap being between the ability to collect the samples and analyze them and the release of the fish? Were you able to collect PBT samples from the parental brood of the fish that will be going out later this spring?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. Unfortunately, for this particular brood, the tissues were not collected from the parental broodstock. However, they will be collected from henceforth. So those particular releases will be impossible to assess. Going forward, like I said, we will be doing that, and we'll have at least the foundation established in order to do that. When you ask about the gap, I assume you're talking about funding in particular. And the state is actively engaged in assessing what that ultimately is going to be. And it's, as you very well know, it's a problem that goes beyond the upper Klamath River. And so we're in the process of developing those budgets and identifying funds. How successful we will be, I cannot say, but being that I'm responsible for the monitoring and assessment on the Klamath and Trinity rivers, I can tell you that I will be making every effort to at least collect the tissues from the returning adults, even if we don't have the funds identified immediately to do the stock assessment that goes along with that. So to process the tissues and start to look at those returns and understand which broods and which releases actually those fish belong to. So having those tissues in hand is a big deal in bridging the gap. And then identifying the funds to process those tissues and do the assessment is the second part.
Just one follow-up. So you may not be the person to answer this because you were clear about the distinction of your responsibilities in the basin versus, say, the marine areas. But it sounds like there may be a clear plan going forward to sample in the freshwater areas, but that the plan to do a similar genetic sampling or PBT sampling in the ocean fishery may not be in place. And so if I understand the situation, we've transitioned some of the production from fish that would have been coded wire tagged in the hatchery to releases that will be PBT sample, but not coded wire tagged. So there will be fewer tags released. And the sampling in the ocean is primarily, at least currently, set up for coded wire tagging, but may or may not be transitioned to PBT. Do I have that correct? Or I'm just curious if there's maybe a gap in the ocean section?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. You're right. I'm not the right person to ask about the ocean side of this issue. But yes, on the freshwater side, that's, those are the plans that are being made now. That's the intent. It's a bit of a mischaracterization to suggest that we've transitioned releases that would have otherwise been smolts to fry. That I could agree with that characterization if we were talking about Iron Gate Hatchery and its persistence into the future, but that facility's gone now. So this new program and the release strategies that are being employed are somewhat standalone or unique. Regarding the number of tags that are going to be released, that's another funding issue. CDFW would very much like to mark and tag all of the smolts and yearlings that we released from the Chinook program at Fall Creek Hatchery. That's something that we're also looking into in terms of identifying future funds to facilitate that. But not surprisingly, the dam removal project has required so much energy and effort to sort of cross this milestone of just getting the dams out of place. There's some catching up to do, in my personal opinion, when it comes to how we plan to assess and monitor the fisheries going forward as a result of the changes in the hatchery program specifically. So full transparency there, but that's the state of affairs.
Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to build on Brett's remarks and perhaps answer some of the questions about the plans for monitoring in ocean fisheries. Last month, the governor released a California salmon strategy, which describes 6 priorities and 71 different actions to build healthier, thriving salmon populations in California. And included in the detail of that strategy does include plans for enhanced monitoring of ocean fisheries that would be in addition to the current monitoring work that we've undertaken for many years on coated wire tags. Our program has helped build that budget and those plans. We have 2 monitoring programs that we would propose would be augmented with additional resources to be able to collect tissue samples. We have monitoring programs in place that successfully at this time collect coated wire tags, and we just propose that in addition to tag collections, that tissues would be another piece of information collected dockside. Most of you know we have a very comprehensive commercial monitoring program in coordination with Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission in California, where we've done very well to monitor and collect coated wire tags from approximately 20% of the commercial harvest across time and space, which is pretty substantial undertaking in the state of California, given the number of ports and the amount of geography. Perhaps even more challenging is our monitoring program that we undertake for recreational fisheries across California, the California Recreational Fisheries Survey, which is a comprehensive creel census covering many fishing modes, many launch sites, shore-based angling, charter boat operations, et cetera. So we've done our best over the past several months to build a very detailed description of what additional financial resources would be necessary to add in a tissue collection element to these monitoring programs, but we have certainly provided that, and it is included, generally speaking, in the strategy. So I encourage you to have a look, and more details, more specifics are available in other documents, but that is a concerted effort that's been undertaken by the department's fisheries branch and hatchery operations over the past, I'd say, 6 months. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Susan?
Just to follow up for Ms. Urimko, do you have a sense of the time frame on that? So the answer is very helpful, and it sounds like you're working towards a plan to collect PBT samples from the Ocean Fisheries project. But do you have a sense of when that may be put in place?
I think I would respond very similarly to how Mr. Cormos responded to that. I'm not aware of funds being added to my budget to do this just yet. It has been very clearly identified as a priority need. And I think I can say with some confidence that we're not going to be able to implement a collection program, with the snap of our fingers. It will be, it will take some time. All I can really tell you is that, it has been identified as a clear need and a clear priority. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Susan. Anyone else? All right, thanks, Brett. With that, Robin, how we doing on this agenda item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this agenda item, we've had a really good discussion and a presentation regarding the Klamath Dam removal update. So I think we have completed all our work under this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robin. And with it, I'll turn right back to you, I believe, for the Klamath Workgroup report and management options, final guidance. So when you're ready.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. Agenda item C4, the Klamath River Fall Chinook Workgroup report and 2024 management options, the final guidance. So as you recall, at the June 2023 meeting, the council formed this ad hoc Klamath River Fall Chinook Workgroup. One of the main purposes of the workgroup is to provide technical data for the council to consider that would help the council in developing interim management measures or a management framework that would benefit Klamath River Fall Chinook as they respond to the changing conditions due to the removal of the Klamath dams. The work group was provided council guidance through a draft terms of reference and general timeline that has helped the work group focus on their tasks. And this terms of reference is provided as attachment 1 under this agenda item. The first task that the work group addressed was described in the terms of reference under milestones that essentially asked the work group to provide data and material to inform council decision-making during the 2024 preseason salmon process. And given the high amount of work and the short amount of time, the work group opted to submit 2 reports under this agenda item. So you'll see first a progress report that was submitted under the advanced briefing book. And then the second report is the full report submitted for the supplemental briefing book. This 2-step approach was intended to provide as much information as possible to the council and the public while allowing the work group to develop the more detailed report in time for this March council meeting. So the salmon preseason process essentially begins here at the March council meeting, and it's anticipated that the council will adopt for public review 3 alternatives for the 2024 salmon season. As the alternatives are being developed, the management measures for all the salmon stocks are part of the analysis when determining if the conservation objectives and other requirements are being met. In this way, the management measures act as a gauge for the suitability of the alternatives under consideration. And so for this reason, it'd be prudent for the council to determine what the appropriate management measures will be for the Klamath River Fall Chinook in 2024 here at this March council meeting, rather than delaying a decision at the April council meeting. It may also be worthwhile for the council to discuss if any changes adopted for 2024 would remain in place through 2025 unless they were changed. This would be an efficient approach that would allow for change if needed, but would not require the work group to repeat this process and would allow the work group then to focus on more long-term interim measures rather than having to provide options on an annual basis. Lastly, the council may want to discuss the status of the terms of reference. The document was improved in June as a draft document to allow the work group the opportunity to review the document at their initial meeting. The work group has reviewed that document, so the council may want to discuss any potential changes with the work group and approve the document as final as deemed appropriate. So your work under this agenda item is to consider adopting changes to the harvest control rule for Klamath River Falls Chinook for implementation in 2024 and potentially into 2025. And I'm sure we'll discuss that topic in full as we move through this agenda item. But then also to discuss the terms of reference and consider any improvements and approve as final if appropriate, and then provide any additional guidance or direction to the work group as they continue their work. Under your reference materials, as mentioned, you do have the terms of reference. You'll also see that you have two reports from the Klamath River Work Group. The first is the progress report I mentioned under the advanced briefing book. The second is a supplemental report, Work Group Report 2. And you also have a presentation from the work group, and that presentation will encompass the contents of both of the reports. In addition, we do have a report from the California Fish and Wildlife, and we have a report from the SSC. And I don't see any public signed up right now. I will also add that we broke this agenda item into two phases, if you will, and that the work here today is to go through all of the information, all of the management reports and public comment, and then return tomorrow for council discussion and decision. Because the information was being provided as supplemental, we wanted to give as much time and opportunity as possible for the council and the public and the management groups to consider the topics. And so having it split over 2 days seemed to be helpful in achieving the time, at least, to consider the topic a little bit more. So that concludes my summary. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Robin. Questions on Robin's summary? Okay. With that, we will have Dr. Michael Farrell come up and Mr. Brett Cormos. So, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. We'll be summarizing the reports that Robin just mentioned. We're going to do this in a sort of tag team fashion. And I believe we decided yesterday that Brett's going to lead off.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Again, my name is Brett Cormos, work for California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm the vice chair of the Klamath River Falls Chinook Ad Hoc Work Group. We'll be presenting an overview of our report to the council on interim management measures for ocean fisheries in 2024 and potentially beyond. Next slide, please. So I'll start with the presentation overview. You can expect that we're going to cover a little bit of the project background, the objectives of the work group, the current work group focus to date. We'll also talk about the updated stock recruit analysis that the work group performed. We'll review the alternative management options and their related considerations. We'll touch on, again, data and monitoring needs associated with council managed fisheries. And then we'll cover a summary. Next slide, please. So a little bit of redundancy here with Mr. Simonday's presentation from earlier today. But the Klamath Dam Removal Project is expected to restore anadromy to approximately 400 miles of river and stream habitat above the current dams, those being Iron Gate, Copco 1 and 2, and J.C. Boyle. Habitat restoration will occur above and directly below the current dams. And in fact, that habitat restoration has already started. Reservoir drawdown already began in January of 2024. You heard that from Mr. Simonday earlier today. And deconstruction is expected to begin in the spring. And anadromous fish passage is expected to occur in September or October of 2024. Originally, the expectation was volitional passage would be sometime in October, but the timeline's actually been moved up as of recent, given the progress that's been made to date on this project. And then last, the council should be aware that new freshwater fishery regulations have been developed in California and in Oregon to facilitate a successful restoration project. And those regulations are expected to preclude harvest of Chinook salmon, both in the new habitat, but also in areas where harvest was traditionally enjoyed. Next slide, please. So the work group had a number of objectives that were described in the draft terms of reference, but among them, we were to consider interim council management objectives that might go beyond the current harvest control rule and its prescribed targets. The goal was also to promote repopulation and recovery of Chinook in the upper basin, to buffer against potential near-term loss in productivity due to dam removal itself. We are also aiming to help rebuild the overfished Klamath River Fall Chinook stock. And as always in council proceedings, we need to be mindful of the balance between conservation and harvest. And the work group has also spent some time and will continue to spend time at the council's direction to evaluate the need and timeline for potential new analyses or methodologies. Next slide, please. So the work group has had not a lot of time to engage in this process to date. However, our current focus has been as follows. We've made an effort to describe and document the current management framework. Then we went ahead and updated the 2005 stock recruit analysis. That's really the driver of the conservation objectives and various breakpoints that you see in the current harvest control rule. We developed alternatives that introduce some conservation benefit across various levels of abundance, as documented in the current HCR. And then we engaged in an analysis of potential exploitation rates and the resulting escapements as they relate to those alternatives. And then last, we've spent some time assessing and documenting what we expect the data and monitoring needs to be. Next slide, please. So I'll start with the updated stock recruit analysis. As I mentioned, the stock was last assessed back in 2005, and that covered the brood years of 1979 till the year 2000. And in the report, you'll see we refer to that as the old data. Since that time, there have been 17 more years, brood years of data that are available for assessment, those being 2001 to 2017. And we're calling that new data in the report. And we made an effort to replicate the 2005 analysis to facilitate the ease of comparison. And really the question was, how has Klamath River Fall Chinook productivity and capacity changed since 2005? And maybe to put a finer point on it, we did that to provide context for management under the current framework. In other words, when we're thinking about conservation and the potential need for it, where are we starting? Is the current management framework appropriately conservative, or perhaps it might not be. And so it helps us understand what conservation might be needed, regardless of the dams coming out. But with the dams coming out, it adds further emphasis on this. Next slide, please. So these are the key results. They're pretty simple. And that is that the big takeaway here is that productivity has declined pretty substantially. It's close to half of what it once was. And the capacity has not changed a whole lot. We would expect the capacity to change once the dams are out, but this assessment doesn't account for that at this time. Next slide, please. So to just elaborate on that a little bit more, the new data indicates that there's been, like I said, a pretty substantial reduction in productivity over the last 17 brood years as compared to the prior analysis. That lower productivity really reduces production of fish available for harvest, and the ability of the stock to recover from an overfish status, or the ability of the stock to repopulate the newly available habitat. To put simply, you're not getting as many recruits out of any one escapement as you once were. The stock is just not producing as many fish as it did in the prior time period. And so maximizing production and escapement is one strategy the council might use to achieve the objectives of the Klamath River Fall Chinook rebuilding plan and the dam removal project itself. Next slide, please. I think this is where you jump in, Mike.
Yeah, so a good portion of our work group's deliberation has been how can we provide some options for the council to consider if the council chooses to be more conservative in terms of allowable exploitation rates for Klamath River Fall Chinook in the time following dam removal. And to that end, we put together 8 alternatives for council consideration here, and that includes a status quo control rule. So ultimately, 7 alternatives offer some conservation benefit. We define conservation benefit in this case as reduced exploitation rates. And those reductions can come at either low, middle, or sort of high abundances, depending upon the alternative. We did a retrospective analysis of exploitation rates and resulting natural area escapement to illustrate the costs and benefits of a wide range of historical preseason projections and spawner abundance. Next slide, please. This slide shows the current control rule for Klamath River Fall Chinook that I think most here should be familiar with at this time. Okay, so that is our status quo control rule, or management strategy number 1. Next, please. Here we have 2 alternative management strategies, 2A and 2B. Here, the black line represents the status quo control rule, and the red line is the alternative. These 2 alternatives have the same principle. There's just a reduction by a certain percentage point at all levels of abundance. So exploitation rates at all levels of abundance are reduced by 10% for alternative 2A and by 25% for alternative 2B. Next slide, please. Alternative 3A and 3B propose modifications to the de minimis portion of the control rule. For both of these, at higher levels of abundance, the allowable exploitation rates are equivalent to the status quo. And when you get down into the de minimis levels, there's reductions in the amount of de minimis fisheries that could occur. This occurs at different breakpoints below 40, around 50,000 fish. Next slide, please. This slide right here is alternative 4, and it has a combination of a couple of the control alternatives that we've already discussed. First of all, there is a reduction in the de minimis exploitation rate at very low abundance. And there also is buffering at higher levels of abundance. Next slide, please. Alternative 5A and 5B both feature the elimination of de minimis fisheries. The only difference between 5A and 5B is that under 5B, there is an allowance for a buffer at the upper end of the abundance shown on this plot. This is done, I think, to maintain some flexibility that perhaps there's these 7 alternatives could be maybe mixed or matched. Next slide, please. So we performed an analysis of these different alternatives, and we looked at what the maximum exploitation rates would be for these control rules and associated with that the minimum escapement levels for a range of abundance levels. And we picked some representative years from the somewhat recent past. We have a very low year in 2017 where the overall abundance was 12,383. We had a low year in 2023 last year, just over 26,000 adults. Moderate abundance year would be 2019 at around 88,000. And a high abundance year goes back to 2013 at over 230,000. Next slide, please. And I'm only going to show the results from the very low and low scenarios here. That's where we find ourselves at this point in time, at least for this year. We're in these areas as opposed to a moderate or high level of abundance. These plots on the left-hand side, this shows the maximum exploitation rate on the y-axis, and the x-axis has the alternative number. And you can see here, this is for a very low abundance scenario. The maximum exploitation rate under the current control rule, the existing control rule is, I can't quite see it, but it's like 0.08, if I'm not mistaken. And under several of the control rules, the maximum allowable rate would be 0, 3A, 3B, 4, 5A, and 5B. The escapement is on the right-hand side. This just shows the variation in escapement among the different alternatives discussed here. In all the cases here, the status quo is going to have the highest exploitation rate and the lowest escapement because each of the alternatives is more conservative in some way or another relative to the status quo. Next slide, please. At moderate abundance, there is a little bit, of a different pattern here. Here we have allowable exploitation rates on the order of 40 to 50%. The pattern of variation between the different control rules, or I shouldn't say control rules, alternatives, is you'd have to look at the particular form of the alternative to see why the exploitation rate would be 40% versus 55% or something like that. But this could give you an idea of of how much overall reduction in exploitation rate you would get for each of these alternatives. And the same is true for the escapement component there. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn this back to Brett.
Okay, so we're close to wrapping up here, but before we get there, I'll talk just a little bit about what the work group considered around data and monitoring needs. First and foremost, maintaining the current level of freshwater and ocean monitoring is essential to the management and conservation of this stock. Annual Klamath stock assessment relies on age-structured data from hatcheries, natural spawning areas, and river fisheries, code-wire tag recoveries from ocean and river surveys, age structure estimates based on scale age analysis, total ocean harvest, and total escapement to the Klamath Basin derived from nearly comprehensive monitoring efforts. And reduction or elimination of efforts to obtain these data on an annual basis would have negative effects on the stock assessment. This includes freshwater monitoring and newly available habitat. And I did cover some of that when I was up here just a short bit ago in terms of what we expect to do on that front. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm moving into the summary now. So the work group generally agreed that added conservation may be warranted. The reasons being that would help facilitate a successful dam removal and restoration project. It would help plan fisheries to account for the reduced productivity of the stock, as I discussed earlier. It could provide appropriately balanced ocean regulations to complement freshwater regulations in new habitat that will prohibit the take of salmon. And it should hasten rebuilding, repopulation, and the potential for increased fishing opportunity in the future. Next slide, please. The council may consider alternatives for 2024 and possibly beyond. However, future work could also include continued work on stock recruit analyses. There are some other ways that we could look at that to incorporate indices of marine or freshwater survival. We could also consider looking at changes to the conservation objective and/or the harvest control rule. However, I would note that those things would ultimately require an FMP amendment. And the work group has been operating under the understanding to this point that that's undesirable by the council. So I just draw your attention to that. Interim management is going to be required for the next 10 to 15 years. That's a long time to be taking an ad hoc approach on an annual basis. So an FMP amendment may be the prudent way to move forward when we have something that is perhaps appropriate for that. And then finally, other forecast tools, management frameworks, or management objectives may be possible. But as I stated earlier, the work group just has not had time to fully investigate those things. And I believe that's the last slide. So I think Mike and I are ready to take any questions.
Okay. Questions on the work group report? Vice Chair Hasselmer.
Thank you, Chair Penninger. Thanks, both of you, for the presentation. My question, I think, goes to Dr. O'Farrell, and it was on maybe the last slides you talked about the output of the modeling. Yeah, so I'm not seeing, like in the escapement on the right, a lot of contrast across some of the different alternatives. 3A, 3B, no difference, 5A, 5B. And I know this one is moderate abundance, the low abundance was the same. Is there something there that results in that? I was just looking back to some of the alternatives, and you have different exploitation rates and things in there at low abundance, but it doesn't seem to make much difference. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Vice Chair. at any given abundance, each of these bars in this figure, we're analyzing what the allowable exploitation rate or the escapement would be at that particular abundance for that year. And this is the very low tier. And so for each of these, you would just have to look at the control rule. Many of these control rules at that level of abundance are identical to each other. We would be in the de minimis range. And so we would have a very low exploitation rate prescribed under many of the alternatives. For instance, for alternative 2A and 2B, those are alternatives that have reductions in exploitation rate at all levels of abundance, and that's why we see lower exploitation rates and higher escapements for, is that right? Anyway, there is some level of exploitation, de minimis exploitation at those levels.
I would also add that the relative benefit that you get or the disparity between one option and another is totally dependent upon both the total projected spawner abundance and the percent reduction that you might choose to employ. So, for example, in this particular example, we're talking about around 12,000 fish and a reduction of 10 to 25%. 10 to 25% of 12,000 fish isn't very much. But in the following slide, you're seeing differences of close to 10,000 fish between the higher and lower escapements. So it just helps illustrate how the abundance itself and then the fraction that you choose to conserve is what drives the disparity between the various alternatives that you might consider.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Corey Ridings, Mark Relic.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, gentlemen. My question is about some of the data and monitoring, which we've already talked a little bit about today. I think it's on page 27 of the report. It says additional information about juvenile production from tributaries and main stem habitat would also be useful in evaluating habitat effectiveness, utilization, and juvenile distribution and emigration timing. Can you talk a little bit about, it sounds like that's not getting done right now, maybe it is, if those needs have been documented and sort of what would be the benefit and scope of that particular monitoring need?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. So to start, nothing's happening now because the dams are still in place, right? But we have, along with all of the requisite monitoring and assessment that I spoke about earlier for council managed fisheries, we'll also be doing a number of, we'll be employing a number of monitoring strategies to understand juvenile productivity, distribution, emigration timing. We'll be looking at habitat response and trying to correlate some of those things with how the habitat is responding to dam removal and ultimately recovering over time. There's more of a research thrust behind that, if you will, and less of an ocean fisheries management thrust. But nevertheless, it's extremely important for us to understand how dam removal is affecting or otherwise assisting the salmon population in repopulating this new habitat and responding over time. And we expect that to be an adaptive management type of process. But, we heard this a lot. CDFW and the California Fish and Game Commission heard a lot of testimony aimed at making sure that we're looking at those factors in addition to adult escapement to really understand how the river and the fish are responding over the, next, gosh, I don't know, many decades. So.
Thank you, Corey. Mark Relic.
Thank you very much, Chair Pettinger. There, Mr. Cormish, you commented that productivity has dropped in the Klamath system over the last 17 years, which is kind of ironic because it's pretty much overlaps the lack of productivity or lack of abundant salmon in the Sacramento system. But to what extent is that drop in productivity over the last 17 years feeding into your analysis here?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Grelnick. I took a shot at trying to explain that earlier, so I'll try again in perhaps different language. There are essentially layers to why the council or others might find that additional conservation is warranted. The first and most obvious layer is dams are coming out, and what was appropriate escapement to generate maximum sustainable yield in the existing habitat is very likely no longer going to be adequate when you add a significant amount of additional habitat. But what is also important to understand is whether or not the council is currently managing the fishery sustainably, and whether or not the stock is still behaving in the way that it was 17 brood years ago when that sustainable management framework was employed. In other words, is more conservation warranted even if the dam removal project wasn't taking place? So it's just an additional layer to consider when the council is deciding what appropriate and sustainable management looks like for this stock. In other words, it magnifies the need to be cognizant of how many more fish might be necessary to make good on this new habitat, but also provide fish for harvest in the way that we've enjoyed or otherwise expected over many decades now. I think Mike has something to add to that too.
Yeah, if I may.
Like Mike has.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add a little bit to Brett's comment on that topic, our intention was to just get an understanding of how productivity has changed since the last time it was assessed in 2005. It wasn't our intention to change the conservation objective at this time. It's just informational, and it has direct relevance to what we might expect in terms of productivity for these broods that are going to be the first ones that are produced after the dam removal.
Please, Mark.
Thank you. So a follow-up. We've discussed over the years the challenges that habitat presents, the sea Shasta and whatnot. So in addition to providing more habitat for spawning, we're also, in theory anyway, eliminating some of the challenges that perhaps resulted in the loss of productivity. So I'm kind of wondering how the loss of productivity resulting from issues that are being addressed should factor into the analysis here. I appreciate the need to account for the additional habitat that's available, but I'm not sure how that low productivity should fit in when at least in theory, we're addressing the causes of that low productivity with this action.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mike, jump in if you feel it's needed. Two things. One is, as Mr. O'Farrell pointed out, the fish that we are managing now in this current year and in the next few are fish that were directly affected by the current productivity parameters that we have assessed. And to be more specific, the effects of sea Shasta and disease in the upper Klamath. So it's appropriate for that reason alone. But to add to that, while it's likely that's a significant factor, the reduction in productivity for this stock is likely multifactorial. It's likely, it's also something that I think we're seeing West Coast wide, likely in response to climate change. Salmon are generally maturing at younger ages and at smaller sizes. The fish are generally less fecund than they used to be. So there is a trend here that goes well above and beyond the Klamath Basin. There are also legacy effects to maturation schedules that go back to mining, go back to commercial fishing on a scale that was likely unsustainable when there were canneries at the mouth of the Klamath River and many of the other rivers in the West Coast. Those are just a few examples of why productivity is likely dropped. And so we're not solving all of that by taking the dams out, but we're expecting that to take care of a big driving factor, which has been the disease, which certainly affects juvenile survival and ultimately how many recruits you get in the long run.
Might also add that it also serves as a baseline to what we, a better baseline than the 2005 estimates that we had previous to now for progress after dam removal.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Oh, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to both of you. Just want to focus in on your summary slide that's on the screen conveniently and your mention of future work and development of other forecast tools. And I'm thinking back to last summer and the workshop that was held on development of stoplight charts and habitat indicators for a number of salmon stocks on the West Coast. And I think I recall that Klamath Fall was one of the focal stocks in that exercise. You're mentioning that possible development of forecast tools. And then we know from that work that's been ongoing now for a few years, the focus on habitat indicators and what it might tell us about likelihood of recruitment success and productivity relative to some of our target and RESA listed stocks. So are you thinking specifically about developing a forecast tool that relies on habitat information for Klamath Fall that would maybe supplement our traditional Klamath Fall forecasting process?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question, Ms. Yaremko. In short, almost everything is on the table. And that I certainly would not preclude that at this point in time. However, the work group really hasn't had an opportunity to start thinking about what we think has the most promise at this point. We're looking at things like intrinsic potential. I think you're going to hear from the SSC in a little bit, and they're going to tell you that, there's ways to understand capacity in a way that, we haven't really attempted to do. The habitat indicators are certainly something that we should explore, I would say, personally speaking. However qualitative or quantitative that might be is difficult to say at this point in time. But the short answer is there's almost nothing that has been crossed off the list to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? John North.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have one question each for our speakers. First one probably, and I'm new to this, so probably elementary, but in all of the HCR graphs, I was curious, what's the significance of the 15,300 spawner abundance, which it appears to be like half of the minimum stock threshold, but I just didn't know why it was on every graph.
It's on every graph because it is a break point in our current control rule. And it is midway between 0 and the MSST.
Thank you. And if I may, thank you, Chair. And this one's probably for Mr. Cormos, but and I think this is maybe another version of Mr. Grelnick's question, but on page 13 of the report, it mentions that the updated stock recruitment analysis incorporated data on natural mortality. And I was just wondering, like how powerful is that metric? Does it include like freshwater mortality? And then how would we expect that to change going forward in a post-dam world? Would we expect that to improve? I just trying to get some grasp of the power of that metric in the new analysis.
I'll take a shot at answering that, although I may phone a friend here. It's significant. I mean, that's the short answer to your question. And there are analyses in there that, at least our initial analysis, we compared, including that mortality and not including it. And it definitely is a significant driver. It's done utilizing hatchery origin fish at this point in time. However, as I mentioned earlier, we very well may be looking at freshwater indices via juvenile emigration information. We may look at ocean indices, but to be specific or to be brief in my answer, it is a significant driver, and one we thought best to include, which is why that is ultimately the analysis that we're discussing with you now.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just remind me, because I think at least one of our first focus points are what to do for 2024. So can you just remind me in terms of the slides that you showed, which of the control rule, the slides with the control rule comparisons would apply to the abundance forecasted for this year?
Well, Mike is looking. I'll quickly say all of them. All of them. And that's simply because the alternatives are generally a reduction to the existing harvest control rule. And that's covers the full spectrum of abundance that we might see. So this particular year falls on that curve. And a different year would fall in a different place on the curve. So if I'm understanding your question correctly, it's essentially every single one. It just depends on which alternative you might prefer with respect to how much conservation it offers at this particular abundance.
We did this and now we figured it out, given this year's abundance, what the allowable exploitation rate would be under each of those alternatives. That happened after all this was turned into the briefing book. Forecasts were just made recently. But they range from 25%, which is the status quo for this year, down to a low of 8.1% for the most conservative of the control rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just sort of recognizing the pairing of the graphs that you had presented earlier, what would be the range of escapement anticipated across those various alternatives under the scenario for this year?
I don't have that prepared right now. It would be a simple thing to do, though. Something I could do.
All right. Thanks, Susan. All right, gentlemen, I think we're done with you. Thank you. All right, that'll take us to we have a travel report from the Hoop tribe. Mike Orcutt, I believe, is Mike online? Was he here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi. I almost thought it might have been deferred till tomorrow, but it gets me off guard, but I've been ready here. I'll start by saying my name is Michael Orchid, Fisheries Department Director for the Hoopa Valley Tribe. And I've been a part of management throughout the course of my career. I started early on in fishery management. I served on a number of your advisory bodies, including the SAS and the Habitat Committee. And so I don't know all the members of the council. It's been quite some time since I've been eyeball to eyeball with you guys, but welcome the opportunity to present information to you. And I'll start by saying that under agenda item 4B, better liquids right here. The agenda item C4B, we have submitted written comments, and I'm going to try to present those and then amplify some of the areas and then be available for any questions you might have. The first, I'll start by saying the tribe has been an active participant in the Klamath River Fall Chinook ad hoc work group. And presently, we advocate for the status quo alternative presented in the work group report. The tribe has resided on the lower Trinity River, sustained by the bounty of the river's salmon run since time immemorial. While the tribe has generally supported the removal of the dams, we have many concerns regarding how the dam removal process will affect the environment, salmon populations, or an ability to prosecute meaningful tribal fisheries. A particular concern for the upper Klamath would be the reach above Kino Dam. We all know that Kino and Lake River dams remain in place, where the water quality at certain times of the year are hostile for fall Chinook passage. And it's something I believe the state of Oregon is working on in a reintroduction plan. Will not be corrected to the removal of the lower dams. It is anticipated that the removal of the Klamath Dam will increase the productivity of salmon populations and bolster fisheries. But for this to occur, spawners must stray into and recolonize newly available habitat, a process which could take many years, if not decades. The vast majority of spawners straying into the newly available habitat above Iron Gate Dam site will be likely of origin of Iron Gate and the newly constructed Fall Creek hatchery origin, and northern naturally spawning populations, which are in close proximity to the hatchery. It seems unlikely that strays from Trinity River and other populations in the lower reaches of the Klamath River would play a significant role in this recolonization of the upper Klamath. Meanwhile, the tribe has consistently expressed concerns over the progressive loss of Iron Gate mitigation. I would note that the shift this coming year that we're in, there's a 1/2 to 3/3 reduction identified in some of the FERC-related reports. There's a lower production number there with the newly constructed Fall Creek facility. As the dam removal proceeds, mitigation has been relocated to Fall Creek at a much reduced level and is planned for elimination after 8 years per the Klamath Hydro Settlement Agreement, which we are not a signatory to. Klamath River Fall Chinook, or Klamath and Trinity being Trinity River, at times produces 30 to 50% of the production of Klamath River Fall Chinook, are currently managed as an aggregate of all stocks in the KT Basin. Accordingly, the current management tools lack the specificity needed to simultaneously increase the escapement of upper Klamath stocks for recolonization while allowing for targeted fisheries upon lower Klamath and Trinity River stocks which would not likely contribute to recolonization. The Hoopa Valley Tribe has long advocated for the management of the Klamath Fall Chinook in a river-by-river, run-by-run framework. For example, the lion's share of the harvestable Klamath River origin spring Chinook or spring Chinook of harvestable numbers originate from the Trinity River Basin. With the removal of the lower 4 dams on the Klamath River this year, the tribe believes developing a more focused management structure is essential. The 2024 interim alternatives proposed in the KR Klamath River Fall Chinook ad hoc work group report are all rooted in traditional aggregate management approach of Klamath River Fall Chinook harvest control and would provide no guarantees that reduction in imposed across all fisheries would in fact substantially increase the escapement of specific stocks, most likely aided in the recolonization of the upper Klamath River. According to the tribe, recommends the council opt for the no action alternative and maintain status quo harvest control for 2024 management. While it may be several generations of Chinook before the new stock recruit relationship would inform revised management, the work group has offered an updated analysis, which will result in the report that was earlier given by Michael O'Farrell and Brett Cormos, table 4.2, which suggests under current management, SMSY is currently 3,000 fish under the current model would predict. So there's a natural buffer already in place that accounts for that with the recent work group product and the reevaluation of MSY for the entire Klamath and Trinity Basin. Furthermore, in comparison to the maximum sustainable exploitation and minimum natural escapement across alternatives, figures 5.8 through 5.11, the contrast between alternatives with respect to enhanced escapement is marginal under most of the abundant scenarios, but most pronounced under higher abundance scenarios where natural spawners would exceed 70,000 adults. Hence, based upon past fluctuations of abundance, there would be opportunities to facilitate colonization under the no action status quo alternative. The tribe is supportive of the alterations of the Klamath River Fall Chinook HCR in support of accelerated recolonization of the Upper Klamath, but at no expense, undue impacts to our tribal fisheries, which are focused on stocks which would not likely contribute to the recolonization effort. The tribe hopes and the council will instruct a work group to continue to convene and explore potential management strategies which would embrace a more directed recolonization effort in support of the Upper Klamath River while allowing for more stock-specific management wide. I'll stop there and just say that we tried to put this report in the jargon and the terminology that the council is aware of and used to, but the kind of really problem statement for us is the 40,700 MSY for aggregate, meaning Klamath and Trinity origin fish, Klamath River Fall Chinook, of which I said earlier, 30 to 50% on occasion originate in the Trinity Basin, is managed as an aggregate, but there are other authorities that impact and are trying to restore the Trinity River population. And the example I would give is the long-term historical numbers there are 62,000 natural spawners for the escapement to the Trinity Basin. And that's escapement. And moreover, preliminary estimates of the population to get there is on the order of 220,000 plus in the ocean fisheries. And so we think there's a real need there to address that. We're on the lower parts of the basin that are not going to be other than the sea Shasta and also the adult pathogens like the 2002 fish kill. But the we're trying to understand and be cooperative and supportive. But we also have a fishery and on the lower Trinity River that we are responsible for managing for our membership. So at this point, I'll pause and ask if there's any questions or need for clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on this tribal report? I'm not seeing hands. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right. Next up will be Brett Cormos in the California Fish and Game Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Nice to see you again. I'll be speaking from agenda item C4A, supplemental CDFW. Actually, I think it's C4B, supplemental CDFW report number 1, entitled Klamath Dam Removal Related Adjustments to Management Targets. As the Klamath Dam Removal Project moves through the reservoir drawdown and dam removal phases, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife notes the need for management of Klamath River Fall Chinook in terms that may go beyond those prescribed in the Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan, otherwise known as the FMP, and the associated Klamath River Fall Chinook harvest control rule. While annual fluctuations in stock abundance and limiting factors related to weak stock management in ocean fisheries will clearly play a role in determining annual escapement projections, explicit treatment of a KRFC escapement objective and associated HCR parameters is warranted. The current expectation for volitional passage of anadromous salmonids is during September, October of this year. Post dam removal, over 400 miles of new habitat will be available to anadromous salmonids, roughly double what is currently available with dams in place. With Klamath Dam removal, CDFW has engaged in significant efforts to craft appropriate freshwater regulations in the newly available habitat and, along with others, concurrently plan ocean and lower river fisheries to facilitate a successful dam removal and restoration project. Matching freshwater conservation measures with actions in the ocean and lower river represents appropriately fair and balanced management. More conservative management will be necessary to help recover what is currently an overfished stock, while simultaneously hastening repopulation and recovery via added spawners to old and new habitat. In Pacific Fishery Management Council managed fisheries, the amount of harvest and spawning adults is regulated through the implementation of harvest control rules that determine the amount of harvest that is allowed across a full range of abundances. Associated with those harvest control rules, the council also identifies conservation objectives or management targets that are typically in the form of SMSY, or the spawner escapement that maximizes yield. At present time, the escapement objective for Klamath River Fall Chinook is 40,700 natural area adults. That objective is based upon a stock recruitment analysis that was performed in 2005. A recent analysis performed by the Workgroup indicates that productivity for this stock has greatly diminished over the last 17 brood years, calling into question the sustainability of the current management framework, regardless of the addition of 400 miles of new habitat associated with Klamath Dam removal. This loss of productivity since 2005 is problematic at all levels of abundance and planned fishery exploitation. However, it is particularly concerning to CDFW when levels of abundance drop to very low levels and de minimis provisions of the current harvest control rule are employed. The FMP specifically calls out various considerations related to allowing fishing when abundance is extremely low and directs the council to consider the following circumstances: the potential for critically low natural spawner abundance, including considerations for substocks that may fall below crucial genetic thresholds, spawner abundance levels in recent years, the status of commingled stocks, indicators of marine and freshwater environmental conditions, minimal needs for tribal fisheries, whether the stock is currently in an approaching overfished condition, whether the stock is currently overfished, and other considerations as appropriate. In many respects, Klamath Dam removal emphasizes the need to look at these considerations in a new light when planning management for the interim period of 8 to 12 years or 10 to 15, depending on your personal assessment, while the habitat and Chinook populations stabilize. A new stock recruitment analysis can be done and a new long-term management framework or harvest control rule can be developed. This is especially true as we await repopulation at sufficient levels to allow for beneficial and robust subsequent recruitment. In the interim, the management framework or alternative should provide conservation benefit across the full range of projected spawner abundances from very low to very high. Given the significant addition of new spawning habitat, the fact that Klamath River Fall Chinook productivity has significantly declined, and the need for fish to repopulate that habitat, the interim management approach should also preclude fishing at extreme low levels of abundance. This is not a new concept for council managed fisheries. though it has not been employed in council management of California stocks since FMP amendments 15 and 16. Prior to those amendments, council fisheries would typically be closed anytime the projected spawner abundance fell below the conservation objectives, or SMSY. In 2024, an interim and more conservative approach in the form of an alternative management strategy could be utilized to meet the objectives of the council as they relate to management of this stock in the face of this monumental restoration and dam removal project and the more recent changes to population dynamics. Utilizing an alternative approach as opposed to a singular one-year buffer may also be prudent given the uncertainty around when or if the work group will develop any novel tools or an otherwise more appropriate or useful management framework. While the work group should and likely will continue to endeavor toward more refined analyses of productivity or sophisticated management tools, the council should consider a near-term approach that incorporates some appropriate durability. CDFW recommends this approach for 2024 with the understanding that the management of 2025 and beyond carries with it some uncertainty. Specifically, see Figure 1 at the bottom of my report for the CDFW recommendation for an alternative approach that borrows features from the alternatives proposed by the work group. CDFW acknowledges that the council may elect to utilize any number of tools in 2024 or 2025 and beyond, including other alternative approaches. However, this represents the best and most appropriately durable approach for Klamath River Falls Chinook at this time, recognizing the uncertainty that is ahead. Among the other numerous considerations related to fishery management that have been cited in a previous CDFW report and the March 2024 work group report, CDFW believes that this strategy will best hasten and achieve increased abundance of future Klamath salmon populations and increases in future fishing opportunity. CDFW also finds that this approach strikes the appropriate balance between conservation needs for this stock and the socioeconomic, health, sustenance, and/or cultural needs of those that depend on the harvest of Klamath River Falls Chinook.
Okay. Okay. All right. Questions for Brett? The Cowfish. Not seeing any. Oh, Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cormos, thank you for the presentation. I do have a question. Again, I guess my focus is sort of on this year in particular and the abundance forecast that we have in place for this year in particular. Where would, on the graph here, Figure 1, where would the curve fall with relation to the forecast for this year? Sort of what would be the appropriate or the buffered exploitation rate?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. You would be looking at just above that 40,700 line that you see, sort of in the middle of that figure.
Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Penninger. Thanks, Brett. Maybe an unusual question here. As I was going through the body of the report, I had formulating in my mind more protection at lower abundance to let more fish get to the spawning grounds. I look back at the work group report, and the first couple alternatives are just a constant reduction in exploitation rate at all abundance levels until you get to, I think, in the work group, alternatives 4 and 5, when at de minimis levels, it's cut off. In what you're proposing here is there isn't as much conservation at low levels as there is as abundance increases. I'm trying to think of the question, what's the trade-off? It seems like allowing greater abundances at those extremely low abundance levels or larger escapements at extremely low abundance was important. But this maintains almost close to the standard harvest control rule. But as you get to the higher abundances, it doesn't allow any additional fishing mortality. That's where the real conservation comes in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I understand it. There is this push and pull, if you will, or sort of struggle when you consider the cost benefit trade-offs at low abundances. And as I flagged in this report from my department, the reduction in productivity for the stock is alarming to CDFW, and we certainly feel that at some point, at some very low abundance level, we should no longer consider fishing. However, at low abundance levels, as you've seen from the work group report, in a relative sense, there aren't a lot of fish added to the overall escapement as compared to high abundances. I think Ms. Bishop was asking earlier about, in this particular year, what would a change of 25% exploitation to 20% exploitation result in terms of additional projected spawners? Absent fishing, absent all of the other weak stock management considerations that are ultimately going to drive what that number really is, it's somewhere on the order of 2,300 additional adults in this particular year. And as you saw, if you go up into the 80s or the hundreds of thousands of fish, that becomes tens and tens of thousands of fish added. But when you get down to these really low levels of abundance, while you're only adding roughly 2,300 additional spawners in this particular year, no one should think that that's trivial or insignificant. The population, the deepensation thresholds and population viability criteria for these fish and tributaries are at really low levels also, in the hundreds of fish. So there is conservation benefit to adding a couple thousand, some odd fish to the overall escapement. It may not ultimately make a meaningful difference in terms of repopulation in a year like this, but it certainly makes the stock more resilient to provide that recruitment in future years and survive until a point in time in a healthy way to when recruitment is much larger and we are providing that more significant boost, if you will. And so, as I stated in my report, that because of that push and pull between the conservation need and the cost to the fishery and the relative sort of intuitively minimal benefit it might be providing in terms of spawners, we're really trying to strike that balance as per usual between conservation need and providing benefit in the way of harvest to the states and to the tribes. It's not falling on deaf ears when CDFW hears from the Hoopa tribe and their concerns around loss of harvest opportunity because of the aggregate management approach. And so that's part of the overall consideration. It's important that we do something and not wave our hands and say, well, that's not a whole heck of a lot of fish, so it doesn't matter. That's not the case at all. And last, CDFW would hope that both the Yurok and the Hoopa Valley tribes would agree with the need for added conservation and follow suit with whatever the council ultimately prescribes. But certainly the state of California and CDFW will not look to hold the tribes accountable for whatever management decisions they make.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pete. Anyone else? Kyle Addicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kormos. As you were going through your presentation, I was trying to spend time comparing the graphs between the work group report and your report. And I was struggling a little bit with the language on figure 1, which I know we don't have it on the screen, but it references the 20% reduction with 0% exploitation and removal of diminished fishery provisions, green line at 15,300 spawners. So could you just walk us through what the lower end of that looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Mr. Addix. So essentially, and please help me if I've gone astray or I'm not answering your question, but essentially it's a constant reduction in exploitation across the existing harvest control rule and an elimination of fishing altogether when the projected spawner escapement is less than 15,300. And it's a precipitous drop. So at 15,299, there's no fishing. At 15,300, there is some.
So if I'm interpreting it right, it means somewhere around that green line on the x-axis, the red line would actually decline down to 0 at 15,300. Is that?
The red line would be eliminated.
It would decline to 0.
That's
it would hit
correct.
0 at 15.3 and would be gone to the left of that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kyle. Anyone else? Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the overview of the CDFW report. One of your comments struck my attention right at the very end, where you mentioned something along the lines of you'd like to see whether Yurok and Hoopa Valley may consider reductions, I believe, at the low abundances, but that they wouldn't be held accountable for what decisions they would make. And so I want to clarify, is that relative to the FMEP and the note you made on that relative to, trying to meet minimal needs for tribal fisheries? I'm just trying to kind of put that comment into context. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question, Mr. Oatman. The way that you repeated back to me what I thought I said was not consistent with what I thought I said. So to be very clear, CDFW would appreciate it if the tribes agreed that added conservation was appropriate. We would not look to hold tribes accountable for whatever management decisions they made. We recognize their sovereignty and have no interest in infringing upon their decision-making process or their right to pursue tribal harvest. And in fact, in my report, I note that that is one of the primary considerations at low levels of abundance, the needs for tribes. However, I would agree that that's a primary consideration at all levels of abundance. And to circle back to Mr. Addix's question, it's clear to me now why you were asking it. Something happened to the formatting when this got posted to the briefing book, and that green line is not where it's supposed to be. So I apologize for that. I didn't realize that until now.
Mark Relic.
Thank you. Quick question. It's not at the de minimis level, but at the other end of the proposed revisions to the harvest control rule. I don't see a number attached here, probably somewhere in the presentation, but it looks like with your buffering from the current 68% maximum exploitation rate. And I guess I'm wondering, why would we need a 20% buffer ad infinitum, regardless of what the escapement is? Is there a certain escapement level that we might reach where we don't need the additional buffer? Or is this, because if we're talking about, revising the harvest control rule, we're talking about something that's going to be in place for a while. And, we certainly hope that river is going to bounce back and be more productive.
If you will, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question, Mr. Growling. My answer is two-part. One, what we're proposing here is not a new harvest control rule. It's not something that would require an FMP amendment. It's simply a guide for the time being, if you will, to understand and provide some reasonable expectations to all those who are concerned about how much harvestable surplus of Klamath River Fall Chinook might be available. As I explained in my report, there are some reasons why some durability might be useful, and that's one of them. And as I also mentioned in the work group report when I was up here just a short bit ago, there are reasons why the council might want to actually consider an FMP amendment and come up with something more durable. The second part of my answer to your question is, right now we don't know what level of escapement would be appropriate for all of the new habitat. We haven't done that analysis yet. So I'm unable to tell you at what level of abundance we would not need added conservation at this point in time. However, I expect the work group will start to look at what the intrinsic potential or carrying capacity might be of the totality of the habitat after the dams are out. And at that point in time, I and the work group would be better equipped to answer that question. But it really gets at, what does the future of Klamath River Fall Chinook management look like in a post-dam world once those fish have repopulated that new habitat and started using it? So I don't believe we're quite there yet. But I would not expect it to go on into infinity, you know, if you will. At some point, clearly enough fish is enough fish. But we haven't seen the levels of abundance for this stock that even approach that in a very long time. I think 2013 maybe was the last time we saw something of that magnitude for this stock.
Thank you, Mark. Sharon Kiefer.
So just to clarify, the green line is actually supposed to overlay the 15.3, correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it should be connecting the red line that you see to the tick mark that is 15.3. I swear it was like that on the version I transmitted, but it didn't translate. I'm sorry about that. It must have been very confusing for everyone.
Okay. Vice Chair Hasselberg.
Well, I apologize for being slow, but now I think I get it. So what the text says in there, your alternative isn't necessarily the red line, everything on the red line to the right of 15.3, but you're going to zero. What you're proposing in the alternative is at 15.3 or less, a 0% exploitation rate. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's exactly right.
All right, thanks, Pete. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Brett, let me summarize if I think I understand this. And so you've been clear, I think, that you're saying we're not proposing a new harvest control rule. We want to take advantage of the provisions that the current control rule allows us, such that the council can choose a more conservative exploitation rate at any range of abundance based on the variety of factors in yours and other documents. So this would be a proposal, a starting place, but it would also allow, as we move forward and we learn more about the system, to potentially revise or adjust, for example, this red line, depending on what you were learning about the system.
Yes, Ms. Bishop, that's it exactly.
Thank you.
And to be clear, the menu of options that the work group has provided, or this particular option, they're not exhaustive. There are many permutations of how you could ultimately shape some sort of reference figure to help the council think about what appropriate conservation would be in any particular year. However, I think it's useful to have something in place as these numbers come up year after year to look at that and say, is this appropriate in 2025 or 2026, or should we be thinking about something different? This is just CDFW's sort of first blush best effort at a somewhat durable, interim approach.
Okay, thanks, Susan. All right, I don't see any hands, so I think we're good, Brett. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more advisory body SSC report, and then we'll go to a break after that if there's no public comment by time. So with that, Alan Byrne.
Good afternoon. I realize I forgot to introduce myself this morning. So I'm Alan Byrne with the Idaho Department of Fish and Game, and I will be giving the SSC report. Let me make sure I have the right one on this Klamath River Fall Chinook interim management measures and modifications to the control rule and the reanalysis of the stock recruit curve. Excuse me. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed the document report to the Pacific Fishery Management Council on Klamath River Fall Chinook interim management measures for ocean salmon fisheries in 2024 and potentially beyond from the Klamath River Workgroup, or KRWG. It's agenda item C4A supplemental KRWG report 2. The 4 lower dams on the upper Klamath River are being removed this year, and the Klamath River Fall Chinook will be able to access over 400 miles of habitat that were previously blocked. The report compares the KRFC stock recruitment curve estimated from data from brood years 1979 to 2000, the old time period, with that was estimated from data from brood years 2001 to 2017, which is referred to as the new time period, while also noting some updates to the data for some of the years in the old time period. The report also proposes a number of alternative harvest control rules and lists data and monitoring needs. The SSC commends the Klamath River Workgroup on its work. The definition of spawners and recruits in supplemental KRWG Report 2 should be clarified with respect to natural and hatchery fish. KRFC spawner escapement targets are in terms of natural area spawners, which includes some hatchery origin fish that stray. The presence of hatchery origin fish complicates interpretation of the spawner recruit relationships, and future reports should be clear on how they consider hatchery origin fish when estimating recruitment and explain why they were treated in that way. The report proposes several alternative harvest control rules. The uncertainty around forecasts affects the ability to meet target spawner abundance levels by choosing the target exploitation rate, or ER. In cases where forecast error is large, the risk of not meeting spawner abundance targets or setting an overly conservative exploitation rate is greater for harvest control rules that have large discrete increases in the target exploitation rate as the potential spawner abundance increases. See, for example, the alternative control rules under 3A, 3B, and 4. Alternatives that include a buffer that reduce the ER at high levels of abundance. Alternatives 2A, 2B, and 4 have the benefit of potentially increasing the utilization of new habitat upstream of the dams. Estimating spawner recruit relationships following dam removal in the Klamath River will require 10 to 15 years of additional data. However, in the interim, the Klamath River Workgroup should explore alternative methods of estimating capacity in the newly available habitat upstream of the dams. Interim methods that do not require more than a decade of new data could then be used to develop escapement targets for the near or medium term. Further, maintaining the current level of data collection is required to update spawner recruit relationships after colonization of the newly accessible habitat. Similar work that estimates spawner recruit relationships and evaluates productivity and capacity with contemporary data, as was done by the Klamath River Workgroup, is needed for other salmon stocks on the Pacific coast. And that concludes the SSC statement.
All right, thank you, Alan. Questions on the SSC report? Marcy Ripko?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the SSC report. I really appreciate your review on this topic and your input. Was looking down at the recommendation at the bottom of page 1 that the work group should explore alternative methods of estimating capacity in the newly available habitat upstream. Interim methods that do not require more than a decade of new data could be then used to develop escapement targets. Did you have an opportunity to discuss those ideas with the work group itself?
We did not have extensive discussions with the work group, but Brent alluded to a few things that they might consider, like some intrinsic habitat modeling. There are some habitat models used in British Columbia. They may not be applicable to the Klamath, that tries to estimate carrying capacity based on watershed area. Other things, and this is, the SSC didn't discuss this, but other things that could probably be done is just do some simulation studies by altering the productivity and capacity parameters in the stock recruit curve and see where you land.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcy. Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Byrne. My question is on actually your last sentence. Similar work that estimates spawner recruit relationships and evaluates productivity and capacity with contemporary data, as was done by the KRWG, is needed for other salmon stocks on the Pacific coast. My question is, were any specific stocks discussed as high priority or higher priority than other stocks?
Not at this time, but if some of you who have been on the council for a while probably remember that the salmon subcommittee did prepare a report kind of on conservation objectives and management measures back in June of 2021, where we kind of laid out some stocks that we thought would benefit from relooking at some of the management measures. This report, but it's rather alarming, the decline in productivity that they found, and some of these key like SMSY and other parameters that we use to manage these salmon stocks were developed with old data, and a lot has changed. In the 30 years that the Klamath River, some of the conservation objectives and some of these other stocks were developed with data back from the 50s and 60s. So some of it is outdated, and we're not saying you should do it, but we're saying it may benefit to revisit some of these, especially for the real important stocks.
Thank you, Corey. Further questions for the SSC? All right. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
That takes the public comment, which I believe we have 0, which means I think we're done with this agenda item. I turn to Robin for confirmation of that. We'll revisit this tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your work today on this, I believe, is done. You've heard your work group reports from tribal and state reports and the SSC. So yeah, we'll pick this up again tomorrow morning and look forward to hearing council discussion and potential decision-making.
Okay, thank you, Robin. And with that, we're going to take a break. It's been over 2 hours. So thanks for hanging in there. So we'll get back here at 3:20. It's going to be 12 minutes. So.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay. Like we're back in session and on D1 habitat. And with that, I'll turn to Carrie Griffin to get us started off. Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, council members. This is agenda item D. It's the D1 current habitat issues. The Habitat Committee met yesterday and is still meeting today and to discuss a whole plethora of items that are on this agenda or this council meeting agenda, as well as a few other relevant issues. And they have a supplemental report that's in your briefing book now, D1A Supplemental HC Report 1. There, you'll hear from Dr. Green here in a moment about the salmon stoplight tables that we talked about. And this is referenced in the situation summary. Yeah, so anyway, I don't have a whole lot of introduction here, and I think we can probably turn to Dr. Green to give us the Habitat Committee report, unless there are any other questions at this point.
Okay, questions for Carrie? I'm not seeing any, so with that, we'll go to Corey Green. Where's he at? Oh, sorry. Corey, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, I'll be reading agenda item D1A, Supplemental HC Report 1, Habitat Committee Report on Habitat Issues. We have several we brought up, but mainly two ones to keep your attention on. The first one is the Pier Wind Terminal Development Project. Port of Long Beach and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers released a notice of intent to prepare a draft environmental impact statement for the Pier Wind Terminal Development Project in November 23. The project proposes to construct a 400-acre terminal and 30-acre transportation corridor to support offshore wind development off the West Coast. And it is within essential fish habitat for coastal pelagic species and groundfish. The project may result in the direct loss of approximately 400 acres of water column and deep water soft bottom benthic habitat for the construction of the terminal and wharf, approximately 30 acres of water column for the transportation corridor fill, and approximately 15.4 acres of shallow water habitat. The project may also result in impacts to eelgrass and canopy kelp habitat areas of particular concern. The comment period closed in February. However, the Habitat Committee will keep the council informed when the draft EIS is out for public comment. The next item concerns the Columbia Basin Restoration Agreement. A plan to help recover depleted salmon populations in the Columbia River Basin was announced in December and approved by a federal court in early February. The plan was formally launched on February 23rd when the Biden administration, the lower four Columbia River Basin tribes, and the governors of Oregon and Washington, which are collectively the 6 sovereigns, signed the agreement ceremonially. The agreement is composed of a series of U.S. government commitments in response to the 6 sovereigns' Columbia Basin Restoration Initiative. The agreement is for 5 years, though it may be extended to 10 if the commitments are being met on schedule. The agreement commits $200 million in new funding to salmon and steelhead hatcheries and $100 million for actions that improve salmon and steelhead populations, including habitat improvements, predation reduction, and ecosystem function recovery work with the 6 sovereigns. Then some additional minor items. One concerns future reporting by the HC. The HC discussed how we can provide information to the council and others in advance of council meetings to improve efficiencies. The HC thinks that a brief webinar meeting in advance of the regular HC meeting would facilitate this idea and allow for an HC report in the advanced briefing book to cover some habitat items. The HC proposes conducting one of these pre-meeting webinars as a trial prior to the June meeting. This should free up agenda time at the June in-person HC meeting and make the supplemental HC report more concise. And finally, these 2 items, which we've been tracking for a while now, the Hell's Canyon Supplemental EIS. The most recent estimated deadline for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to produce the EIS draft was the end of February 24. As of the March meeting, no draft has been produced. As previously noted, the HC will continue to track and prepare comments if necessary. And finally, the Lower Columbia River Dredge Materials Management Plan Draft EIS. The most recent estimated release of this by the Army Corps of Engineers is mid-May. This has been delayed since November 22, and the Habitat Committee will continue to track it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Dr. Green on the Habitat Committee report? All right, I think you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to public comment. I believe we have one. And Don Vernon, are you, there you are. Welcome, Don. Button. Need to push the button on the mic.
On now?
Perfect.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm sometimes technology slighted. Again, my name is Don Vernon. I'm from Middleton, Idaho. I want to thank you for this opportunity to comment. And this is regarding the Columbia River Restoration Initiative. I want to personally thank and acknowledge the Confederated Tribes and Bands of the Common Nation, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation, the Nez Perce Tribe, the state of Oregon, the state of Washington, for your leadership in continuing to restore salmon to healthy and abundant levels in the Columbia and Snake Rivers. Your long-term commitment to salmon restoration in the Columbia and Snake Rivers needs to be fully supported by this council. My family has recreationally fished for salmon in the Columbia and Snake River Basin for 5 generations. Restoring salmon to healthy and abundant levels in the Columbia and Snake Rivers will ensure recreational fishing opportunities for generations to come. And I want to personally express my support to the leadership and efforts of the Confederated Tribes and Bands of the Common Nation, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Confederated Tribes of the Warm Spring Reservation, and the Nez Perce Tribe to restore salmon to healthy and abundant levels in the Columbia and Snake Rivers. I ask the council to pass a resolution supporting their efforts to restore salmon to healthy and abundant levels. In addition to the resolution, there are 2 actions that the council may consider to take at this time. The actions are: 1, significantly reduce the number of seals and sea lions downstream of Bonneville Dam to significantly increase the number of adult spring Chinook passing over Bonneville Dam. 2nd, maximize salmon smolt production from all existing hatcheries upstream of Bonneville Dam. So I say thank you for this opportunity to express my viewpoints.
All right. Thank you, Don. Questions for Don on his testimony? Okay. Not seeing any. Thank you. That takes care of public comment, which brings us to council action, which is before you on the screen. So open the floor for any discussion as needed. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is actually a question, I think, for council staff, noting the recommendation that the Habitat Committee made about a possible meeting webinar format to be, I guess, sampled in June. That, as I read it, sounds like a good idea, but curious how that fits into sort of the larger council planning or finances or anything like that. So just looking for a little advice or recommendations from staff.
Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. We haven't had a chance to really discuss this internally. I think the broader context is that with our increasing availability and familiarity with webinars, we have a lot of meetings and we have a lot of other work to do in addition to hosting meetings. And so we need to be very diligent and deliberate about what meetings we schedule when. And while this on its face sounds like a good idea, it will take quite a bit of time that I think goes unseen by this council to file FR notices, put together agendas, put together the technology to host the meeting. That takes away from our ability to do other things. So We'll discuss it and consider it internally. And if it looks like that's the best route, we're happy to do it. If not, we're happy to continue the conversation with the Habitat Committee or others about how to best organize their meetings.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Merrick. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Corey beat me to my question, but it seems to me like it would appreciate staff looking into it. It seems like it would alleviate some of the workload on, at the meetings. But hearing Mr. Burden that it takes considerations, but yeah, just voicing support and gratitude for you looking into it. I bet it would pay off to think closely about their idea.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay. Carrie, how are we doing?
I think you're doing pretty well. There were no actions recommended or taken up by the council under this, no letters or anything. And so if there's no other guidance from the council, I think that concludes your business for this agenda item.
All right. Very good. Thank you. And with that, I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hassler to finish it out for the day. So.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break. I don't know how long it needs to be. Let's go 5 minutes because we need the SSC in here for this discussion. 5 minutes. All right, I think we are ready to commence here. Our last agenda item for the day, item E, something you may have seen for the first time in an agenda, a cross-fishery management plan agenda item. So to help everyone, I will turn it over to Merrick Executive Director Burden for an overview on this item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and council members. I will go ahead and summarize the situation summary. I will start off maybe just a couple of remarks. This is the first time I'm aware of we've tried to do something like this. So I've had a few thoughts in my mind and a few observations here over my last couple of years that have led us to putting together this agenda item. And the intention here is to have a conversation between the SSC and the council about various roles and responsibilities, our processes, workload, and really try to create an understanding of what we're trying to do together. There's no action that's being asked of the council under this agenda item. There's not even public comment under this agenda item. It's just a conversation. To the degree that we are going to try to resolve some of the issues that are raised here, we may do that under workload planning. We may do that in June when I bring forward my report about changing our processes. There may be other places to do that, but we're not asking you to take action here. We're going to start by developing a shared understanding. So with that in mind, let me provide an overview of the situation summary. So starting off with the situation summary, I drew from the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And I think this is important. It says each council shall establish, maintain, and appoint the members of a scientific and statistical committee to assist it in the development, collection, evaluation, and peer review of such statistical, biological, economic, social, and other scientific information as is relevant to such council's development and amendment of any fishery management plan. Each scientific and statistical committee shall provide its council ongoing scientific advice for fishery management decisions, including recommendations for acceptable biological catch, preventing overfishing, maximum sustainable yield, and achieving rebuilding targets, and reports on stock status and health, bycatch, habitat status, social and economic impacts of management measures, and sustainability of fishing practices. I doubt that's unfamiliar to you, but it is a tall ask of the SSC. So in recent years, questions have arisen regarding certain aspects of the role the SSC plays in several of the Pacific Fishery Management Council's processes. These questions have resulted in ongoing dialogue concerning roles and responsibilities between members of the SSC, council staff, advisory panels, and management teams. The uncertainty regarding the type of SSC activities that are needed to support council objectives also appear to have led to an expansion in the number of activities the SSC takes on. This has resulted in workload levels for some SSC subgroups that may not be sustainable over the long term. And this is occurring while the Science Center capacity to support council processes, for example, stock assessments, has declined. So this agenda item is an opportunity for the council and the SSC to clarify roles and responsibilities, workload demands and expectations, and the type of support the SSC can provide to help support council objectives. For purposes of effective discussion and management of this agenda item, the council is encouraged to focus on processes related to salmon and groundfish management. With regards to salmon processes, there appear to be two main points of focus for discussion. These 2 points include: 1, the salmon methodology review process, and 2, the season setting process. The salmon methodology review process has historically been designed as a collaborative process between the SSC and the STT. However, this has resulted in questions regarding the SSC's role when it comes to when and how the SSC determines a change in methodology to be best scientific information available. With regards to the season setting process, the nature of this process leaves little time and opportunity for SSC review and input as forecasts and analyses are developed and considered. This has led to frequent discussions, frequent questions regarding the role of the SSC during the March-April season setting meetings. With regards to groundfish, the council is considering one of the basic foundations of sustainable fisheries management, which is how to define a stock. This issue is a combination of both science and policy. with science being needed to estimate population status and appropriate removals, while policy perspectives are brought forward when considering managed species, their associated management units, and the geographic management scales of those species that are in need of conservation and management. Where the line between science and policy should be drawn on this matter is an issue of ongoing discussion. The SSC has recently completed a stock assessment process for groundfish that will feed into the Council's 2025-26 groundfish management biennium. Recent stock assessment processes have brought forth the use of data moderate assessments. While the Council's stock assessment process has remained relatively stable over the course of many years, e.g. the use of stock assessment review panels, data moderate assessments have posed new challenges. One rationale for the use of data moderate assessments is to maintain a pace and output of stock assessments to support management at a time when the capacity to do so is declining. However, the broader uncertainty associated with these assessments has indicated that the same or more levels of scientific review may be necessary for data moderate assessments to be utilized effectively in the Council process. Increasing workload for SSC members may not allow for more time to be spent on review processes, meaning different approaches to reviewing assessments may be necessary. This question is also related to the more detailed consideration of an initial stock assessment plan in terms of reference that will be taken up under agenda item F3. And finally, as time allows, the Council and SSC may choose to discuss other matters warranting clarification and discussion. Let me pause there, Mr. Vice Chairman.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that overview there. I think we're going to have members of the SSC leadership come up to the table here. We've got Dr. Dan Holland, Vice Chair, Dr. Jason Schaffler. We've got the Salmon Subcommittee Chair, Mr. Alan Byrne, and the Groundfish Subcommittee Chair, Dr. John Field, and one additional person. What? Excuse me, wasn't on my cheat sheet here. Cameron Spear with the economics. Well, and so good. So I thank you all for coming here today. And just before I turn it back to Executive Director Burden here, as I looked around, I've never sat in the seat where you are right now and faced the council. And the only thing going through my mind is, in your eyes, this must look like one of those congressional inquisitions that you see on TV or your internet news feed that could be very bad. That's not what it is. As Executive Burden said, this is a discussion to get to a common understanding. So we can relax a little bit there. And I'm going to turn it back to Executive Burden then to start things off.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chairman Hassemer. Well, to start things off, I would say we are in a March meeting, which is a salmon-centric meeting. And so I believe I'll look first at Alan as the Salmon Subcommittee Chair and invite you to reflect upon some of the challenges that we've discussed over the last couple of years, starting in the fall with the methodology process and the SSC's role, and then some of the discussions we've had at this time of year, and some of the things that we have been trying to reconcile, at least during my tenure here as Executive Director. If you could offer your thoughts, I think that would be a great way to get the conversation going.
Okay, well, those of you who don't know, I am going to retire this year, so I can pretty much say whatever I want. No, we'll start starting with the salmon methodology. As you mentioned in your remarks, it's kind of a conundrum in some respects, because the SSC is charged with being the review body and having the final say on approving the methodologies or approving, whether something is up to scientific standards. It meets the scientific smell test. However, the methodology review meeting also includes the salmon technical team and the MU, for good reasons, because very often they are the ones that are requesting a review of a methodology. Or if they're not requesting a review of methodology, they are the ones that would have to implement the new methodology. So in the case when the SST is coming to proposing a new methodology, it kind of creates a kind of a fox and the henhound situation where the STT is both requesting, is actually asking or proposing a new methodology, which in my mind should preclude them from reviewing it. I mean, they can definitely have their opinions of it, and they definitely, because they are bringing it forward, they have probably very good reason why it's an improvement, and most of the times we agree with it. But I think some of the, maybe where the friction occurred, maybe in the last couple of years, is I think the SSC has viewed its role as the final decision maker on the technical merit of the review. And I think sometimes that line gets blurred. And when in the course of a meeting, the SSC has a kind of like any of you have sat in on an SSC meeting, we kind of have a way of handling topics and reviewing topics. And that may be a little different than the way the STT does things and the way the MU does things. So when it comes to a methodology review, sometimes there's a little bit of clashing because there's maybe different expectations by different members of different subcommittees about how the meetings should proceed. But at the end of the day, it's the SSC that is supposed to weigh in on whether this methodology is technically sound and is an improvement on the way we're doing things. So the SSC, quite frankly, views it as we're the ones that are supposed to make the decision. And we allow input from other members of the public and of other subcommittees, but the final decision is and discussion is amongst the SSC. And that's how we view it. And I think it's laid out in some of the council operating procedures and the FMPs is that's what our charge is. And that's why we view things the way we are. If we're wrong on that, you should let us know, but so I'll kind of leave it at that. And as far as, the choosing of the topics, that's kind of developed jointly. But again, I think the council operating procedure, in my read of it, is pretty clear that it's the SSC that determines what the topics are. But we've never really strictly adhered to that. So maybe it may be worth looking at that COP and maybe revising it to reflect the way we do things instead of ignoring what's in print. I don't think there's anything that's a deal breaker, but sometimes some feathers get ruffled. But we usually unruffle them because we all like each other at the end of the day. So that's how the review process goes. And that's done in October of every year. So if a new methodology is approved, it can be used by the STT or whatever other agency is providing, let's say a forecast methodology is providing a forecast, can incorporate for the next salmon cycle. Which brings us to this meeting with the forecast and pre-1 and ocean fisheries. These are very large documents, as you well know. There's a lot of information in them. The STT usually gets them out at the last minute, and it's probably not fault of their own because they rely on other agencies and other staff that don't answer to you to provide the information that goes into that report. So we often have inadequate time, as we said in our statement earlier today, to review those documents. And some of the discussions we've had is that maybe we should just focus on like the three major stocks that we have to provide the acceptable catches for, like the Klamath River Fall, the Sacramento Fall, and the Willapa Bay. Focus on those at the March meeting. The STT has been good about getting us a preliminary draft of those three stocks before the main report comes out. And then if the council wants us to really go through a thorough review of those documents, we could defer it and report to you in April rather than in March. And I don't know how that would work, but basically when we talk about that agenda item, we tend to focus just on those three stocks I mentioned. And then we typically highlight some of the maybe red flags that are coming up, like stocks that are approaching overfishing or stocks that are under rebuilding plans that haven't quite gotten to rebuild status. And Dr. O'Farrell always kind of highlights the same thing. So we're kind of redundant. And that's just some thoughts about the preseason one. It's very hard to give a thorough review to a several hundred page document when you get it one working day or less than one working day before a council meeting starts. Basically, all we can do is we have some dedicated members that take it upon themselves to work on the weekend and go through some of the tables, and we catch what we can. We probably miss things too. So that was just one thought that some members of our committee thought maybe we can, instead of doing this in March, maybe we can do a thorough review and report to you in April. And right now, just one more final comment is that in addition to the last few years, salmon has been more of a back burner issue in certain ways. I remember when I first started the SSC, the salmon agenda items took up more time than the groundfish, and it's been a long time since that happened. But there's the potential into the future that the workload and the amount of time the council will spend on salmon will increase. You're seeing with the dam removal in the Klamath River, there's going to have to be a lot of reanalysis of that stock, just simply because there's 400 miles more of habitat. We've made some subcommittee reports, and I alluded to this in our statement on C4, that some of these status determination criteria, reference points that we use to manage could benefit from a reanalysis, because many of them were done with very old data. And that Klamath River report was kind of an eye opener that how much productivity has changed in just basically 35 years. And some of our other important salmon stocks, some of those reference points are based on data that's even older than that. And if that's to be undertaken, someone's got to do the work. The SSC, like I said, is a review body, but we have to review it, and our work group has to be set up so that will increase workload for probably the STT, in addition to some of the other interested parties to do that work, because it's going to take more than just council participants. It's going to take agencies and tribal members that have the expertise to help with that endeavor.
Okay, thanks, Alan. Anybody else want to offer anything? Phil Anderson?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm in a similar situation as Alan. I don't have a lot of time left, so I can say whatever I want. I don't have to worry whether Ms. Kwan's going to recommend me for reappointment. So I guess the first thing I have a lot of things to say about this, but let me see if I can put them into some categories and make them as short as possible. First, I think this conversation is long overdue. I think there has been friction, for lack of better words, between the SSC on salmon matters and the STT and the model evaluation group. And I think I've seen it reoccurring on a more frequent basis over the past 3 or 4 years than I did prior to that. So it's a good conversation to have. And if we're gonna get some value out of it, it shouldn't end here today. My second thought is we kind of created this monster for ourselves. I mean, we have, it's not a monster. We created this situation where we have different groups with overlapping, authorities and responsibilities. So it shouldn't be surprising, I suppose, that we're going to run into we would run into this situation at some point in time. And the model evaluation group needs to coordinate with the STT. STT needs to coordinate with the SSC and vice versa. And we set up a process here that relied on collaboration. And if you don't have that collaboration, then this model is doomed to fail, I think. My third thought or observation, I guess, isn't anything all that new, but salmon is a unique group of species and stocks that we're managing. There's a lot of the expertise and the information that comes from the states and the tribes, much more so than any of the other species that are in our other 4 FMPs. And beyond that, we have stocks that are listed in our FMP that have international exceptions because of their overlap with Pacific Salmon Commission, or they have exceptions due to USV Washington. And so, and there's a lot of expertise in the Pacific Salmon Commission that reviews a lot of some of the same information that we're reviewing here. My fourth category is listening to Alan. His perspective seemed pretty black and white. And I don't know that it's that black and white. And I probably need to go and review the COPs when it comes to picking the topics for methodology reviews, because I thought that's interesting.
New guy.
Yeah. Because I thought the council picked the topics for methodology review, and then they handed it off. And through our process of engaging the MEU, the MU, and the STT, and then to the SSC, the SSC sets up its timeframes in which they want to hear from the MU and the STT. So then when they do their review and come out with their perspective and opinion to the council, generally that happens in November, then we take action on the recommendation that comes from the SSC. But the work leading up to the SSC by the MU and the STT is invaluable. And frankly, the SSC isn't going to be in a position to review anything without their input. And I believe that their opinion, they being the MU and the STT, should be viewed as value added to the SSC.
So my last category, I asked about BSIA here a little earlier when we were talking about adopting the forecasts that were in pre-1, because I remember distinctly Chuck Tracy and I going to Montlake to visit with Dr. Rick Mathot about the West Coast regional framework to determine BSIA, and appealing to him that salmon is a different animal, and we get our preseason forecasts generally 4 to 6 weeks before we have to make a decision on our seasons. And those forecasts are done by a multiple entities, both state and tribal, that are brought into this process. And to have all of those reviewed and have a BSI determination made, not only by the SSC, but subsequently by NOAA in the time frame that we have, isn't realistic. The methods by which those forecasts are made are something that certainly is to me, in my mind, are things that ought to be reviewed by our science body. But and we also know that the forecast methodology, the data and the thought, I was reluctant to use the word methodology in that context, but we know that they are changing they change from whether it's every year or as they learn more about the performance of those forecasts. If you have a stock that's over forecasting, you look at why that is and you make an adjustment. Just as we did with the OPI here last year. But that is going on all the time by the people that are doing the forecast. So the bottom line here, I think, is that we need to get we need to continue this conversation. We need to get back to the point where we're viewing this as a collaborative approach to getting the work done, not taking away the role of the SSC, but maybe clarifying it. I don't think Alan is that far off in terms of what their responsibility is. It's what are they expected to listen to the other perspectives that come forward in a methodology review that might come from the MU or the STT or from other expertise that we have? And I would say yes, they are to listen to those. But at the end of the day, in the methodology review, the SSC is the one that's going to come back to the council and make a recommendation on whether or not we're going to use it for our management decisions. So talk too long. I'll stop there, but appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts.
Thank you, Phil. Any others want to share some thoughts on this subject? Kyle Addick.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Phil made a lot of the points I wanted to make and sort of package them up in categories better than I would have done. So thanks for those comments, Phil. Wanted to respond to one of the points we heard was about what does the operating procedure say about methodology review for salmon. And I don't think it's clear from that the council is sort of saying, okay, these are good things to preliminary consider for methodology review and then formally adopting that list in September. But I think that's critical because the council members who represent the agencies who are doing a lot of the work that has to be done over the summer for methodology review are prioritizing that work and deciding, is this a priority to assign staff to go do and have something ready for September to put into a pretty short process to get to the SSC and and go through that by November. So I agree that's somewhere we should probably consider clarification if that's the intention, is that the SSC, the SDT, the MU bring ideas forward and the council is saying, okay, these are the ideas we want to assign our staff to go try to get done over the summer, then we should probably talk about that.
Thank you, Kyle. Look carefully around. Any other observations or discussions on the salmon? Alan.
Yeah, just one. I'd like to follow up Kyle. I'm sorry. Yeah, especially those points are real important. One of the things that the salmon subcommittee has struggled with is, what obviously we've reviewed some of the forecasts, especially some of the major, like the OPI and the Sacramento Index. Some of them maybe a long time ago, but there's a whole host of forecasts in that report that we've never reviewed, and we're not sure whether we're supposed to review it. So if you guys could kind of maybe help us clarify it. And secondly, if you do want a review of some of those forecasts, like you said, many of them are generated by states and or tribes or in cooperation with each other. And they're not quite part of the council process. So they feed into it. So it's up to, I guess, the council members, if Washington Fish and Wildlife is responsible for forecasting coho X, that the council member from Washington needs to get a hold of that group and let them know that, yes, this is important for the council process. We need you to prepare for a methodology review. And that would make the process go a lot smoother because quite frankly, I don't know who's responsible for most of these forecasts. And I don't think anybody does because individual names are not identified. It's just the agencies.
Thank you. Take a moment here and look around. Joe Oatman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate a lot of the comments that both Phil and Kyle provided a moment ago. I think from my perspective, it does seem pretty clear that the SSC, is pretty distinct and different from the other salmon advisory bodies, in that they are specifically listed in the MSA as being charged with advising the council on best scientific information available, as well as I think one of the points that Alan was raising on, kind of how you go about that work. And so I think one of the other elements here to consider, how we addressed is, like the conflict of interest, where I understand that from the SSC as how they address that. If there is something that's being brought to them, that if it does involve a SSC member or their agency, that person has to recuse themselves, given that could raise some implications relative to conflict of interest. And so for the other advisory bodies, the extent that something like that may happen, I think that too is an important consideration that we need to think about in terms of kind of clarifying the roles and responsibilities for SSC and how that relates to the salmon management work that we do.
Thank you, Joe. Further hands here? Not seeing any right now. I'm going to turn to Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Well, if that's all that we had on salmon, at least for the moment, I would suggest we turn the page and focus on groundfish. Pause here for a second. I know WFW wanted to switch seats from salmon to groundfish. while they're doing that, there were a few items I made note of in the situation summary. And I guess I'll invite any one of the SSC leadership to speak. I find myself staring at John as the interim or maybe permanently appointed groundfish subcommittee chair. So there are a few things that I made note of in the situation summary, you know, the stock identification process, a few other matters related to data moderate assessments. And then one of the things that I heard the SSC talking about earlier this week, I believe that was yesterday, was just the workload involved in being an SSC groundfish subcommittee member. A lot of that is wrapped up in star panels and things of that nature. So I guess I'll defer to you to see how you want to introduce the SSC's perspective on this and start the conversation.
Thank you, Director Burden. Yes, we had an opportunity to talk a little bit about this. I am, for better or for worse, your groundfish subcommittee chair for the near future. What I would report is that one thing we have thought would be very helpful moving forward is being this subcommittee chair is not a trivial amount of work. I don't want to do it forever. So what we have decided to move forward with is having a sort of vice chair for the groundfish subcommittee and trying to implement a 2-year rotation on that burden, kind of comparable to what we do for the full SSC committee chair and vice chair. So Dr. Cheryl Barnes has agreed to be the groundfish subcommittee vice chair. And the entire groundfish subcommittee has agreed to try and do a bit more, help chair specific methodology review or committee meetings, just to spread out that burden quite a bit, because I think that Dr. Budrick took a lot of responsibility on himself when he was the groundfish subcommittee chair. And I think it probably moving forward be better to spread that workload out. In addition, we're hoping to think about ways that we can be a little more efficient and kind of reduce the overall workload. There's a lot of subcommittee meetings, a lot of methodology reviews. Perhaps some of these could be streamlined, perhaps some aren't necessary, perhaps some could be incorporated into full SSC subcommittee meetings. So we've got some ideas there. I'm not exactly sure what we think is the best for the stock definition process. I think we're speaking to the little bit in our future meeting planning statement, putting some options out there. With respect to data moderate assessments, I think it was broadly recognized over the last couple cycles that those assessments take about as much review as full benchmark assessments. Maybe a little bit of rethinking about the best way to create more efficiencies in getting assessment throughput is warranted in light of that, particularly if some of those assessments end up just requiring full benchmark assessments in the next cycle or the cycle after that as well. So perhaps the choice of species was not optimal when we first initiated that. It's created a little more work as well. The stock definition process, as we come up with more and more stock delineations for the nearshore species, as well, is going to create additional workload. It's workload not only for the SSC, but it's also additional workload for the science centers. I know that both the review process and the process of developing these assessments is greater now than it was 10, 20 years ago by a lot. And the resources are not as great as they were that long ago. So one solution that we would like to see more of is to do more stock assessment updates. The hope is that as stock assessments, as the time series available to inform the assessments gets longer, we might be able to make more frequent use of updates. And so our assessment prioritization statement will speak to that a little bit more. And probably more interactions with the council. I think one regret we had during the last assessment cycle is the inability to schedule one of the previous evening review sessions that we used to have with the council to kind of go over the assessments and have an opportunity to take questions and discuss some of the results in light of previous assessments or surprises that people might have thought, and kind of get a head start on getting an understanding of what was really driving changes that might have been present in the model, which even though it takes up a bit of time, in retrospect, perhaps it might not have taken up, it might have been a time effective thing to do just in light of having some conversations about why some of the results that did happen happened. I know that speaking to the ability to develop assessments, the Northwest Center is working on a report that I believe will be available in April that will speak more to the Science Center side of things and the additional workload, as well as the number of assessments. So that's probably something that could be discussed more with the Science Centers in April, but I think it affects both the SSE and the Science Centers with respect to the level of detail and scrutiny that are going into stock assessments and stock assessment reviews in the current era. Maybe that is a good place to stop and see if there's any other questions.
Thank you. I'm going to look around. Sharon Kiefer.
So I'm fairly new and I've not had the opportunity to experience perhaps that kind of evening pre-meeting to kind of informally review with the council and allow questions. Just administratively, actually, I guess a question for the executive director. Does that type of interaction require the same types of public notice as the rest of the formal council and formal committee meetings?
Well, let's see. Thanks for the question. Just in terms of the model that Mr. Field is speaking to, where we would have an evening session during a council meeting, that's all wrapped up in the same notice. Oftentimes, they're not noticed. If it's somebody else doing the meeting, we'll just say, feel free to use the gap room, for example, tomorrow evening. So we're usually amenable to that, but we're also conscious that a lot of our staff work really long hours, and sometimes they're working till 10 or 11 at night, and there's no one to help put those together. And I think, if I recall correctly, that might have been what happened last time. But we're generally open to doing that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, I don't know that this is necessarily a question for Dr. Field, but an observation. I was thinking back to the November SSC report on workload planning. And the last 2 pages have all of the workshops and meetings for 2024 and beyond. It's 2 pages long. There are 13 workshops proposed and 9 of those are groundfish items, which is a lot of work. And this is supposed to be our, we don't even really call it the off year anymore. But 9 workshops in 1 year is going to be a lot for anybody. And it's not just our SSC folks, but when there's groundfish, that also involves 1 or 2 members of the GAP, 1 or 2 members of the GMT, as well as council staff having to help support that. All of the items on that list are important to somebody. We may need to streamline or prioritize. Like we were having at the committee of the whole meeting, what is the have to versus the want to, the shall versus the may, because it is looking like once a month there's a groundfish subcommittee meeting, which is a lot of workload because this is not all of you's full-time job. You have other parts to your job. So I wanted to just acknowledge that it's a pretty ambitious schedule, what's out there already, and how do we work with that?
Thank you, Lynn. John, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mattis. Members of the council, I'll say just very briefly that the table's a little shorter this time around, but it's still probably too long, and we're working on it. And any help and guidance that the council can provide about what they perceive as the more important versus the less important workshops and meetings would be welcome. Thank you.
Thanks. Further observations? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. This is a question for Dr. Field. Thanks for being here. My question, you mentioned when you were talking about data moderate stock assessments, you said the choice of species was not optimal. I guess the first part of my question is, what species are you talking about?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. I think in retrospect, it may have been that choosing species that part of the rationale for choosing the species that were chosen were the species that were ranked as highly vulnerable based on a productivity susceptibility analysis, a vulnerability analysis. And it may have been that it would have made more sense to try and do benchmarks of those species early on. Part of the problem is there wasn't enough data at the time to do benchmarks for those species. But in order to better refine and understand the process, I think there was a little bit of logic that said, let's do species that we think we have enough data to do and understand reliably using this new modeling approach. And let's also do species that might be highly vulnerable and might have some non-trivial conservation concerns. It might have been wise in retrospect to focus a little more on the former, not the latter. I'm drifting into policy and value judgment territory here, and I'm not really feeling that comfortable about it. So probably I should have just kept my damn mouth shut, but there we go, and trying my best to answer your question honestly.
All right, thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Field. I haven't sent you an email by mistake lately. I just wanted to react to your comment about the lack of having the evening session on stock assessments, and I agree with you. Though I found those really valuable and an opportunity to dig in to the details a little bit, and having the opportunity to do that, or not having the opportunity to do that, I think takes away from our ability to do our job up here and really have a fuller understanding of what went into the assessment and a chance to ask some of those questions. So I wanted to agree with you. So
thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks. And SSC also just reactions. Lots of thoughts going on. But first of all, thanks for all the hard work. And John, I heard the message from you. The Groundfish Subcommittee was not that you want to do less work, but you're still giving it the as much effort as you can and spreading out the work. And so first, I agree on the evening sessions and not having those spilled over and cost hours of discussion on California quillback and others, which could have been answered. But I will say, give an inch, take a mile. Those evening sessions were a compromise back from the day when we actually had that discussion during the normal council meeting. And I hope I would, asking for the moon, ask staff to figure out how to do that again and bring it into the normal course of business. And maybe it is just the top few stocks that seem to be raising the most concern. Why can't we have those Q&As as part of the agenda? I think it would be worth the time. And again, we spent much time talking about California quillback in particular, and in the not the most constructive places to do that. But John, I'm just going to one question for you. Yeah, if we're going to have to prioritize the Groundfish Subcommittee's time, Star Panel time, all that, it does take good dialogue about benefits and cost trade-offs and all that. And you mentioned something more interaction between the SSC and the council in your opening statement. So just wondering how you thought that might happen, or if you don't have any ideas, but yeah, just how do we do that better?
Thank you, Mr. Niles. I don't have any terribly clear ideas, but this seems like a good start.
Okay, thank you. Look around for further hands. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for this discussion. I was wondering maybe you could weigh in on your views on the value of the pre-assessment data workshops that have really been given a lot of attention, a lot of outreach efforts to ensure that folks are aware of what data is available and an opportunity to discuss that somewhat informally and make sure that we're turning over all of the rocks in terms of available data. At least from CDFW's perspective, those opportunities have really been fantastic. So I don't know if you have thoughts about how we ensure that we're covering all the possible stocks that we might assess using any method in those workshops, or maybe any more front loading that ideas similar to that we might do to start things off earlier and with a shared understanding of our approach. So.
Thank you, Mr. Yaremko. Yes, I think there's definitely, we recognize the value of the pre-assessment data workshops. Those are typically done once the species being assessed have been chosen. And those, I think, do provide an opportunity to get members of the GAP, of the GMT, of the fishing community, and the stock assessment team, along with the relevant members of the SSC together, and talk about what data exists, what data can we chase down, what other things might people be seeing on the ground that may or may not be helpful in trying to put an assessment together. So we do talk about this a little bit more in the report on the process review from the last assessment cycle. And I think we've made some revisions to the terms of reference in response to some of the things we heard during that meeting. And I think it has been a struggle to get enough participation there. I think there is a tendency for the participation to ramp up after we've seen a less than favorable result, rather than as we're trying to build a model and put the information together. So I would hope that we can kind of switch, turn that around a little bit and have greater participation early on and come up with better assessment products.
All right, thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. I'm going to go back a year and put my old GMT hat on, I guess. When I first started in this process, I was told by the chair of the SSC at the time that the SSC doesn't do things, we review things. Which is, I understand that is the role. It also set a tone of that we weren't working together, we were working opposite. And just wanted to acknowledge that over the last 5-8 years or so, I've seen that relationship change, where it's not so much adversarial between the GMT and the SSC, it's much more collaborative. When there's been joint sessions, it's not necessarily the SSC around the table and the GMT to the back. A couple of GMT members are set at the table and actually part of the discussion. It may seem like a little thing, but I think that overall is helping things run a little bit smoother as we go through these process, that we're working together. Yeah, the SSC's job is to review what the GMT has done, but there's ways to go about it that makes it a little more efficient and a little more helpful. And just wanted to acknowledge that the current membership of the SSC has been very collaborative in that approach, at least as of a year ago when I was still on the GMT. And I just think that collaborative approach, and I think Mr. Anderson was sort of speaking about it with the model review team on the salmon side too, is a good idea. So just thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Looking around here, as people contemplate this, see if there's any other observations. Chair Penninger.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. Yesterday in the SSC room, we're talking about the workload and how it's an overabundance, I guess, of NIMS employees on the SSC, and how hard it is to get somebody outside of government work on the SSC. And I'm kind of curious if you've, what you see, how it would be possible to get a diversity of folks on there. And is that possible given the workload we have, or you think are we overburdening you with too much work? Number one, I guess. And is there a way we could get to a point where we could see more participation from folks outside of the agencies? And what we can do to make that better for you all.
I can have a go with that, I guess. Thank you for the question, Chair Pettinger. I think that the issue sort of differs depending on what kind of a SSC member you're looking for. It is not maybe as hard to find an SSC member that can serve, on the HMS committee, for example, which never meets, or even the economics. As you get into some of the other subcommittees that meet a little more often, CPS and salmon, the workload gets higher. And when you get to ground fish, that's where the problem, I think, really becomes a real problem, because it's just, to ask somebody, an academic, for usually most of the people that are not coming from an agency are academics, and they're not getting paid for this, and they're not getting any real credit for it from their universities typically. And so there's only a certain amount of time that they're willing to put into it. I think I don't know what the solution to that is, but it gets harder and harder to attract people like that when you have an increasing workload. So I don't know what the solution is to that, but it is a particular problem, I think, to attract people to serve on the SSC and to serve on the groundfish subcommittee. Probably less so for some of the others.
Thank you. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I owe you another thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, because I forgot to the last time I spoke. Well, from my perspective, you guys do some awesome work for this council, and there's no doubt about recognizing that, and I really appreciate it. And with my degree from El Waco University, I probably shouldn't even be in the same room as you guys sometimes, and I recognize that. But I've kind of noticed one thing that has evolved over the last 10 or 12 years, just by natural, I think, evolvement, that groundfish management is a complicated issue. There's no doubt about that. But the one complaint that I hear that and I don't know how this is fixed or how we can better do this, but the constituents, the people that we serve around here, have a real hard time discerning the information that you guys do. And I'm certainly one of those at time to time, but I have the resources to go ask the questions, and I do that. But I'm wondering if there's a translation process that we might look at. And I'm not saying dumb down the science, but maybe we can translate a little bit. I don't want to say 8th grade English, but I mean, translate a little bit at a level where the normal person, or even people that I've heard from people that represent groundfish industries, are having a struggle to sort of some of the information that you guys, the great work you do, there's no doubt about it. But if there's a way to translate a little bit better, Jesse Dorfenhauser, Kidder, for me to translate in crayon, but anyway, I certainly think that would help this process a lot if that would be possible. It's not a criticism. I think it's just evolved over a long period of time. It didn't happen overnight. I'm not saying it did, but maybe could think about something like that in the future as we move forward. But I want to thank you for what you guys do. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
John.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yeah, we did talk about that at the process review from the last assessment cycle a little bit as well, and we did hear from a number of members of the public about something similar. And I think our response is we do want to hear from you, and particularly we would like to hear early on when there's still time to maybe do something differently if there's a reason to or a basis to. So the pre-assessment data workshops, the evening sessions that maybe a little bit late, but that's another opportunity. The STAR panel review panels themselves, members of the public are welcome. We have public comment every day. And then there are some efforts to try and increase, awareness of what language we're speaking when it doesn't sound English whatsoever. Jason Cope Dr. Jason Cope at the Northwest Center has had a weekly kind of call-in show, I guess I would call it, where they talk about different stock assessment related things and try and just explain to people what the models are doing, how we're using the data, and give people a better understanding of what's going on. I know there's MREP, the Marine Resource Education Program, is a more kind of a deeper dive into speaking language of both assessments and the council process for stakeholders. So I think there's a few things out there, but maybe the language barrier might be growing faster than the resources to overcome it. I would hope it's the other way around.
Thanks. Let me look around here, see if anybody has anything to add. And I'm seeing tired hands that can't be raised, so I'm going to look to Executive Burden again.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. We do have a few more minutes, so if there are other topics that folks wanted to raise beyond the groundfish and salmon questions, I think there is some time. Otherwise, we do have a chair's reception this evening and we can adjourn early.
Go ahead, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to build a little bit on Butch's excellent question there and the answer we received, and put this out as sort of a broad question to the SSC. I think that it is difficult to understand a lot of the materials that are both going in and coming out of the SSC. And thinking about just my experience being in the room as a member of the public and trying to understand a lot of the science myself, which is so deeply challenging. And I'm wondering if there has been discussion in the SSC at different points from different members about how to increase that, even beyond sort of one-pagers or documents Butch mentioned. For example, the SSC is relatively homogeneous in terms of background and representation. And I'm just curious if these conversations have come up and if there's ways to make the materials and the information more accessible to a wider range of folks.
Anyone want to tackle that?
Go ahead. I'll take a crack at it, and you can throw stuff at me. I hear what you're saying. I mean, I like when we write statements. I've been known to tell the SSC we need to write like an Ernest Hemingway novel, so people understand it. I succeed sometimes, but the problem is we're the scientific and statistical subcommittee. We deal with technical scientific issues, and 2 + 2 is 4, and we can't make it 5 because someone might understand it better. So that's part of the problem, is that the subject material, our discussions have to be at this level, whereas a lot of the public doesn't understand that language. They don't speak that language. It's not that they're stupid, they don't speak that language. I don't know how to wire a house, but the electrician doesn't know what I'm talking about. So we both have to, when he talks to me about how to wire my house, he has to kind of come down to my level or explain it in terms that I understand. And when we talk amongst ourselves, we kind of know what we're talking about most of the time. But when we go out to the public, we have to speak differently. And that's where the challenge is. And it's hard for us maybe to do that because our reports to you have to be the way they are to meet the scientific mustard, so to speak. But I can see the need for, like Butch said, of taking those reports and somehow making it more understandable to the general public. And that, I don't know how to do that in the context of the meeting we have. We usually have a lot of work, and it takes us a long time to produce these technical reports that we read to you, and then to take that and go a step further and make a more user-friendly version of it, for lack of a better word, that would take a lot more time. I don't know whether that's something we can do after the meeting or let council staff. I don't know the process, but the problem is we have to talk the way we talk amongst ourselves. Otherwise, we don't cut the mustard. And that's a problem with technical subjects. It's not just fish, it's, talk to an astrophysicist.
Thank you. I might try and follow up a little and just acknowledge that we probably could do a little better. I think Ellen's reflected sort of that how we struggle to balance those things, but I also do think that it's true that a little push to do that better. We have a public comment period. Come in and ask us what we meant when we said, whatever we might have said on a certain thing. I think we've been discussing better opportunities to have public comment periods that get in front of things before we talk about them instead of after we might have gone through and made whatever recommendations we were going to make. And that might be something that helps the process. So I think it's not front and foremost of our mind. It's on our mind. It probably could be higher on the list of what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask for a little bit of clarification on your comment and the one from Butch, as well as in terms of, are we talking primarily about the technical reports that are coming out of the subcommittees or the statements, the SSC statements themselves? So the SSC statements, we spend a lot of time on them to try and make them as concise and non-ambiguous as possible. And we do make an effort to try and make them as untechnical as possible and avoid jargon and technical terms. We put stuff that is more technical into the notes where it's really probably more relevant to technical teams. Whether we're doing a sufficient job there or not, as you know, everyone on SSC is a scientist, although some of us are just economists, and so maybe we at least provide that diversity there to say we don't understand these some of the terminology that the groundfish people are using, somewhat of a filter, but yeah. So a little clarification there, if where the problems lie, would be helpful too.
All right. Anybody want to respond to that? Or? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm certainly not speaking on behalf of anyone except for myself here. So I'll just get us started and maybe others can jump in. I'll say I very much appreciate the statements that come out of the SSC. The fact that there, as mentioned, is a lot of thoughtfulness put into them to make them readable and understandable, I think is obvious. Again, if you compare what goes into what goes out, that's pretty clear. I just kind of reiterate, I think that, that's just a ongoing goal to make those as just digestible and understandable as possible. And of course, I can't remember what they told us in high school writing, but it was, if you're writing for the public, write to an 8th grade level or something like that. So just keeping that in mind, and it continues to go forward. In my mind, it's also a little bit more general though, in terms of how discussions are had, vocabulary and words that are used during meetings, to the extent that there can be pauses, checks in with the public about sort of, is there a group understanding about what's happening with some of the items? And, again, some of the materials even going in it would be helpful, I think, especially for the really complex ones or the ones where there's a lot of data. If you're coming in and you're new to the process, especially, or you're trying to learn how a specific FMP works because they are so different. And if there's, any chance for explanation there. And again, I don't see this as necessarily, as you said, Dr. Byrne, 2 + 2 is just 4. There are words that need to be used and words mean things, but just going the little extra bit to help the public and council members understand what's going on, I think is worth it. So.
Thanks. Butch?
Yeah, I totally agree with councilperson writing on what she just said, that And I don't know how we do that, but if we can start the conversation, and I understand it's a complicated and it's probably, just not with your group, the other groundfish people that write these same documents. If there was a way to, translate them a little better to the 8th grade English and take away some of the letters behind the numbers. I did great in math until we started adding ABCs behind the numbers. But I think that, I just think it's an issue that hopefully at some point in time we can improve a little better. The classic example is write a book report, and some of us went to that right back of that page where that little summary was and wrote off of that till we got caught. But that might be something that little summary thing that goes along with it. And I know I don't want to add any more time to your valuable time, but just I know it's the one thing that's been brought up to me the most since I've been a council person is the translation of those documents to industry representatives, not just the people that work in the industry are having some struggles too. So anyway, I appreciate it, and once again, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I would echo the prior comments made and maybe use an example from just our last agenda item. I want to say that I very much appreciate it when I see remarks and statements that reflect to me that the SSC did some deep thinking, some critical thinking, and maybe had a light bulb moment or something that caught their attention. And then they took the time to articulate it, even just in a simple statement in your report. The recommendations that you provided us today on future work of the Klamath River Workgroup. You just made a simple statement, but it's incredibly useful. And it's the type of thing that we can really grab onto and say, yeah, this body spent some time to think about what additional work can be done and how other salmon stocks might also benefit from similar work that we've reviewed here today. So I just want to highlight how valuable that is. And maybe, kind of on the contrary side, what isn't as helpful is kind of a reiteration of we followed the tour, we followed the protocol. Okay. But that doesn't leave me, at least, feeling a lot of comfort that the result makes a lot of common sense, or that, withstood, scrutiny or critical thinking. So I would just use that in as example and just appreciate those opportunities that you have taken in some instances to provide us little nuggets like that. Certainly help us make decisions and make or provide advice to other advisory bodies. So thank you.
Thanks. Look around here for any other response. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think one of the things too, it's certainly translation of your technical approach is important, but I think, and this is probably very much a shared responsibility between the council and their committees and advisory bodies, is to be able to relay to the public, what does it mean? What outcome is going to be reflective of that particular technical recommendation? And that's not all on you, because there's policy involved in that discussion as well. And I know sometimes we've been kind of hit up sometimes where people walking away from, okay, if MSY is this and that, and okay, that's the assessment, but what does that mean to me? And I think maybe that's something where we can all reflect on in terms of how do we also help guide that discussion and interpretation in terms of what outcomes, because that at the end of the day is the council making that decision. And I think sometimes folks don't quite understand there's an outcome related to that particular technical recommendation. So I think that's something all of us can help with.
Thank you, Sharon. Look around. Phil Anderson.
Wonder if I could circle back to the salmon piece one more time before we conclude, and just thinking about what Dr. Burns said and some of the thoughts I expressed. I'm wondering if you think it might be helpful if we had a discussion, and I'm thinking I would probably start with your salmon subcommittee chair and probably chair from the STT and maybe somebody from the MU, along with the council staff, and just kind of take a look at the COPs that speak to your responsibilities and see whether or not there might be any recommendations forthcoming for refining those, just to make sure there's clarity on roles and responsibilities without, at least from my perspective, losing that collaboration theme that I think is important to getting to a good decision. Wondered what your thoughts on something like that as a way to take this conversation and move it forward.
Sure. Yeah, I've read the COP. I haven't read it in a couple of years, and my COP is pretty marked up. So I do think it would benefit from more eyes than just mine looking at it, and maybe doing some edits or revisions or rewrites. It's always good in my mind that when a document that's supposed to guide how committees or organizations work get revisited over time. I mean, I don't know how old that is, but I'm guessing it's probably 20 years or more. I don't ever remember it being revised, and I started on the SSC, I think, in 1997. So it's probably due. It's not a very long. It's I think, if I remember, 1 page or 2 pages. So yeah, it would, I think, benefit. I think that's a good idea.
Thanks. I really appreciate your willingness to take a look at that and have that discussion. And I don't know what my colleagues around the table think, but if that would be a reasonable next step on that topic, maybe we could ask the executive director to take that on.
Executive Director Burden.
I appreciate the exchange and the suggestion, Mr. Anderson. I would just say, just remaining consistent with the intent of this discussion. To let us as staff sort of absorb that for a little while, and then we can pick it back up under workload planning and propose it at that time officially, if that makes sense at that time.
All right, thanks. And we do discuss COPs as part of our second last agenda item. So it's an opportunity there. Further discussion, observations. Corey Ridings, I see you trying to raise your hand. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm a little worried given that it appears I'm the one standing between all of us and our evening beverage. But it was just having this moment with everyone here and having this good opportunity to ask questions. So I want to thank council staff and the SSC again for hosting this agenda item. Curious if we could hear some insights about the process for inclusion of Indigenous knowledge. We're talking a little bit earlier about vocabulary or words or concepts that we're using, but Western science is the dominant tradition here, but we have tribal co-managers that are an important part of this process. So I'm curious about how the SSC views the inclusion of those bodies of knowledge in our scientific advice and how that's communicated to the council and the public.
Thank you, Ms. Harding. So, yeah, I'm Jason Schaffler, and in my day job, I work for the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe. I'm also a member of the Cherokee Nation. So I see this in my community. I see this working for a tribe. I see this, this is a difficult topic, and it's one that has to be addressed. There's not any, I guess, I can't offer any silver bullets for how that should get addressed. It's certainly an evolving conversation on how Indigenous knowledge becomes incorporated into our processes. I think a lot of it relies on increased outreach to tribal communities just to understand their perspective and work that into our processes, work that into comment processes, as well as working that into the science. So it's something that is improving and is going to continue to improve, but it has to be an evolving process that we all work together to really affect change. And, you know, one of the other things that I would add to that, it's also the fishing communities, like Butch has mentioned, at least where we're at in Auburn, Washington, there is a large immigrant population that does fish on many of our stocks. And, you know, this right here is a real compliment to WDFW that they run a creel survey on the Green River, and one of their creel survey technicians took the time in his own initiative to translate their survey into Ukrainian and Russian. That increased the cooperation among that community immensely. So it's a lot of these just working at it and continually seeing where can we make those changes, where can we continue to bring other communities into this process so that it is a diverse process and it's not just people like us sitting here in the room.
Thank you. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Along those lines, I think, you know, we hear constantly that fishermen knowledge, traditional knowledge that's in place, they're on the water a lot and see things and continually at different points put their feelings forward and their thoughts forward and feel like they're ignored as well. So I put them in the same category as that. And I think we should be working to that end of incorporating the knowledge where it's to the science process, because it's data that we have that's there. Might not be as in the same format, but it's valuable. Kind of reflecting on what Butch said earlier and others, Corey, fishermen speak fishermen. When I got on the council here, it was really a big change to not speak fishermen. So, you know, it's what we do. And it's a different format here. And I don't do a great job, but I think I learned part of it. I think when we do that, when we come to the middle and understand each other, build trust, build understanding, we have a better result. When the soup's made and everybody had a hand in it, at the end of the day, it might not be great soup, but everybody will taste it and say, oh, it's not that bad. But when it's just given to you, and that's the perception, maybe not the reality, then it's a different story. So I know, John, I know you've been very active in MREP, and several of you have, Cameron, you too. We try to do that, try to get it down to where the people that come there can understand it. And you guys do a great job at that when you come and present, of getting it to not dumbing it down, so to speak, but making it more understandable. There's a lot of really deep knowledge that's exchanged. But I think that's what we need to focus on, that a little bit and try to get it when we communicate, builds trust, builds understanding. It gets us to a better spot. So I'm hoping that the words that were said today on the floor, that we can work together to get there, because you feel much better when you're part of the process as opposed to being a recipient of the process. So anyhow, thank you.
Thank you. And looking around, it's getting late, so I'm going to turn it back to Executive Director Burden here for summary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just want to, I guess, first thank everyone for this discussion. I hope you've all gotten some value out of this. I think it's been worthwhile. And I think as John said, I think this is a good start. So I don't know there's much of a summary, Mr. Vice Chairman, other than to say I think we've successfully talked about a couple of matters related to salmon processes and groundfish processes, communication, different forms of information, including traditional knowledge. All of that is good stuff. So it does sound like we'll take up one matter at least under our workload planning and COPs on day last. Otherwise, I'll just express my thanks again, and I think that does it.
All right, thank you. That completes our work. And again, I thank the SSC for their coming up here and being with us today. So thanks again. And with that, that'll close out this agenda item. And I'm going to pass the gavel to our chair to close out the day.
Okay, great work, Vice Chair Hasselmer and everyone here in the room. Appreciate that. Great to have an SSC here. It's a great start, I think, to future meetings. So nothing to announce for tomorrow. Besides the chair's reception tonight. So we'll see you at 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning. So thanks.